just run off the touchline. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we are now live in the streams to the Arsenal 101 match day watch along. Myself, Tony Cox, aka the Pugilist Boy, joined by the illustrious Dan Kroenke, aka Bertram Spence in the house. What's up, Bertram? How you doing?
I am doing well. I'm doing well. Okay, it's a little bit early for me. My
It
house,
is.
my living room is freezing. My bedroom is too hot. I can't I can't balance what is
Yeah,
the case. The heating system is the same for the whole house, but apart from me whining about my heating system, looking forward to the game. I haven't seen the team sheet yet, but I saw them warming up, and
okay. So the major
I see my
difference,
favorite beating stick is still playing. Saka is starting, and I'm
yeah.
scratching my head if I'm Pepe or Martinelli, saying what is happening.
So we've only made one change to our usual formation. We still got Partey and Sambi in the middle of the park. Odegaard comes in for Lacazette, so that's the only change. Eddie Howe looks like he's made a couple of changes. Joe Willock and Alison Maximum are both in the team, so I know those are your two invested interest in the Newcastle team. Callum Wilson is on.
Their forward line is as good as ours, or even better.
Well, yeah.
I mean, the rest of their team, their defense is weak, frankly.
You
And
say that if, yeah.
I say if I have Wilson versus Aubameyang at this point in time, I prefer Wilson as a more complete forward.
Wow, that's a
Say
big.
Maximum is better than Smith Rowe,
Yeah.
and Joel Linton is hot and cold versus Saka. The way Saka is playing, they're even.
You and I are going to disagree on the situation with Saint Maximum because as much as a good player he may be, but his output is rubbish.
How many goals he has this season? 3.
3, and
Yeah.
Smith Rowe has 5.
Yeah, but here's the thing: he's playing for
No, there's
Newcastle.
no buts.
No,
There's no
Tony.
buts, brother.
Okay, how much goal does Saka have?
2.
No, 1.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, 1. And say Maximum playing for Newcastle with no defense and no midfield. Frankly, so I mean, look, we'll see today. It's a good game to judge
Same
St.
team that Joe
Maximum.
Willock hit 8 goals in 8 games for last season at the tail end. That Alan
Yeah,
St. Maxim, their best player, can't score a goal, and he can.
yeah, but look. So today's a good judge. We can see him up close and personal. I'm telling you, the kid is special, special. There's very few players can create something out of nothing. He's one of them.
Okay. I mean, I seem to see more of creating nothing out of nothing. You know, it's going to be an interesting watch along though. But welcome everybody. Let me see if I can get into the chat so I can see who's there. Hi Lisa in the background. Apollo is at the game, so
Oh, he's at the game. Okay.
big up to Apollo. But Lisa, thanks for letting us in. And she's working in the back doing all the technical stuff on our behalf. I don't know if we're going to be joined by anyone else. Just see Joe Linton, Wilson, and I missed that.
St. Maximum is starting with Joe Linton and Wilson.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. So this could be interesting. How Arsenal form with Odegaard. Does Odegaard just go into a 10 slot, or does he drop a little bit deeper?
Well, the team is what I expected, right? This is the team I expected because I know
Okay.
he loves Odegaard, but Odegaard didn't start off too well. So he tried the Lacazette thing. It failed miserably last game, but Liverpool is not a good test for any team that we put on the field.
Yeah.
Newcastle is in the game, so Odegaard will come and play well, and you get happy because this is the team he wants. Actually,
Okay.
this is the team he wants, and so he has what he wants. I think Lacazette was a forced change, given that Odegaard was so poor, frankly, or was
Okay.
just average.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens. And Newcastle is not the best test, but that's the only test we have today. So we'll see what happens.
Okay.
I watched some highlights of the game, even though I watched the entire game the last time. Our defending at some point was shocking. But it's Liverpool, so we'll see. Especially Ben White sometimes. I mean, he's a good player, but sometimes he makes mistakes that you should be making at this level.
Yeah. I think his confidence is growing. I think what it is, he does like to dribble. Yeah, he does like to bring the ball out, and sometimes his decision making in that process goes wrong. So he get past two players, and he's taking on a third, and he loses the ball. Now you're now out of position. You're up the field, and you've got two players who you've just beat on the other side of you. That can't
Right.
happen. That can't happen. Whereas obviously with the likes of David Luiz, you were, he played that 30-yard ball as opposed to dribbling that 30-yard dribble.
Yep. So I think people are probably surprised that Tierney is not in the team, given the last game, but the manager is sticking with almost the same team from the last game, actually. We got walloped. I think there's a question around should it be Tavares or Tierney. In hindsight, some people say Tierney should have played. I don't think so. I think Tierney gets burned by Odegaard by Salah anyway, and I didn't see where Salah dominated Tavares. He just made a really bad mistake, which resulted in the goal.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna see who's in the chat. Apollo is in the chat. 18, hi, how you doing? At the moment, I can just see 18, Lisa, and Apollo. So welcome, guys. Uh, 18 is going for a 3-0 win today. Oops, come on, boys.
I don't think it's going to be 3-0. I think they'll score today.
Well, I've been very impressed with our work defensively. Obviously, Liverpool is an outlier. It's an anomaly. I don't think you don't come across that kind of clinical precision every week. I was mentioning that yesterday in the Premier League show that with Liverpool they're just so precise. Surgical precision, the way that they cut you apart and they finish with great aplomb. So they don't need a huge amount of chances because they take their chances when they get them.
The thing that impressed me about Liverpool the most was how they pressured us. We couldn't play at all, which is how they play us all the time. And it's the same thing. We haven't learned how to play against their side of press because you notice we couldn't keep the ball at all. So if you can't keep the ball, I'm going to get a lot of touches. Then I can look dangerous, right? And that was the difference in the game. How they pressed us with such vigor. That's why you see Lakonga lost the ball so many times because he probably has never faced that in his career.
Yeah.
The level of intensity, the level of pressing, the organization of the press. They come at you in droves. You beat one. That's what happened to Ben White. He beat one, he beat two. There's a third man right there.
Yeah.
Normally you beat one, you beat two. You have room now to maneuver. The defense is backing up. They're coming at you. And we struggled with that. I hear a lot of rumors that we're looking for a center forward.
Yeah.
No, I thought we had two. Well, no, I thought we had four.
Yeah. I mean the thing is I've also heard rumors that Atata is impressed by Lacazette and he's trying to offer him a new contract. It's one of them situations where you kind of go, well, I don't think you really know what you want to do, but maybe they do.
Tony, we know. I want something for my asset.
Yeah.
It's not about the player.
Yeah.
I don't want you going to free. I want to get something for you if you let you go.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen. I mean, if you wanted something for your asset, you wouldn't have let it get to the last stage of the last season.
So, well, you were unsure about the asset. You vacillated there. You're unsure about the asset.
If you're unsure, you either sign it or you sell it. You don't just let it run into the last year, and that's just absolute ludicrous how you can do that. And not only have you done that once, you've done that 8 or 9 times in a short period of time.
Well, it's incompetence, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's incompetence. We're like the Jamaica Football Federation.
Yeah,
it's incompetence abound. That's Arsenal. Not to make decisions on players. You don't know when to buy. You buy poorly. It's just very, very poor. We have the ball. We're trying to play. That's
I'm
poor.
not surprised by the Newcastle press. This is totally what I'd expect of an Eddie Howe side. Obviously, that new manager syndrome kicks in. So they're all playing to try to impress the manager. They look like a very
So, but their press is half-hearted. There's press and there's press, right? There's a Liverpool and Man City press, and then there's the other presses. There's a certain level because when you're a very good team, when you press and you get it back, the other team then has to work really hard to get it back. So you can rest on offense, which is really interesting. You can rest on offense and have enough energy to press, unless you play somebody of equal yoke of yourself. Like if they play a Chelsea or a Man City, play Liverpool. But for most of the teams, they rest on offense. Where are you? What time are you? I'm at 6
five
something.
5:35.
So I'm ahead of you. This game looks pretty comfortable. We have time on the ball. They're not really pressing. They come up to the halfway line. They're not pressing any bigger. They're just trying to play safe. So I wonder if you're a Martinelli or you're a Pepe, what you're thinking.
Yeah.
I see that the manager's team is set. He's playing the same team almost week in, week out. Less so Tierney. I think Tierney will get back in the team at some point. But if you're those other players, what are you thinking?
Yeah. That's
You
a
see
good ball.
players up there not performing. I mean, Smith Rowe is performing. Abba is up and down 24/7. Can't play football, but he score once in a while. But if you see Saka out there playing, not performing, there's not a place in the team to get in. If you're Maitland Niles, you may be thinking Lakanga sometimes is hot and cold. But the team is basically set. Newcastle is just waiting back. Maybe they're going to play counter-attacking football. They're not doing much.
Yeah.
We're just trying to play the ball around them. It's going to be an interesting tussle today, Tony, between Gabriel and Wilson.
Yeah.
Because Gabriel is physical. He's playing smarter nowadays, but he's very, very physical. And Wilson can be physical also.
Yeah. We've seen a little tussle just there.
I'm not sure if that was a foul, though. I'm looking at it again. Yeah, I'm not sure that was a foul. They're both fighting.
Yeah.
They're both pushing. That. I mean, I know the defender fed it looks worse than it really is, but I'm not sure it was a
Yeah.
foul.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you on that one. It's very difficult.
He's trying to shield him, so you lose your balance,
Yeah.
right? He's trying to feel him, and he missed him. I don't think it was a foul.
Yeah, it's hard to see that as a foul because he's not pulled anything. He's
Nope.
literally just using his body to try and move himself ahead of the defending player.
Yeah.
I'm now at
What we don't do,
9:37.
Tony, we don't progress the ball through the lines really well, even now with better players on the field. I'm not seeing Smith Rowe in the game now. We're about 10 minutes in. I haven't seen Smith Rowe touch the ball. I don't know if he's on the field.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I've seen him touch the ball one time. He gets lost in games sometimes. Against Liverpool, it was the same way. He wasn't in the game at all. I watched the City against PSG game. I must say, City looks exceptional. They're a quality football team. Quality football
You
team.
know the problem there with that one, Bertram. PSG play with 10 men or 9.5 men
No,
because
no, no. Eight men.
Neymar does nothing, and Messi was the laziest player. I've never seen a player. I don't know how nobody's going, well, how is this player walking in the middle of the park at 44 minutes? He's
Yeah, but
walking
Ronaldo does.
around.
But that's what Ronaldo does. Except he's scoring.
Yeah, but
That's
that's the
Ronaldo.
difference. That's the difference.
Yeah,
Ronaldo is, you can see what Ronaldo is doing. He's looking for specific moments where he can make that really sharp, fast run because he will
yeah.
make those runs. Messi is kind of sitting and waiting for the ball to come to his feet and then to do something. And it just, but you know, oh, is he onside?
I'm not sure actually. He looks unsighted. I mean, is Gabriel keeping him on? How does Ben White let him get around him? That's why last game I saw um, Mane got around Ben White that way. So almost he's reacting after the person running. The person is running starter on
Does
you. You
look
have to.
slightly offside, but I mean that's, you know
That's
what that
barely
is. That,
offside, actually,
yeah,
Tony. Barely.
um, that is about how you position your body because the communication needs to be, you know, in such a way that Gabriel tells Ben White, turn your body, man coming, you know,
Yeah.
runner, whatever your words are going to be, it indicates to the guy, you need to turn your body so you're facing a player who's in the middle of the two of us.
Yeah, I think it's the way you're right about turning your body and how you position yourself to make the run because against Liverpool, the fourth goal came from that, or the third goal came from that whole situation where ball was played into Mane, and Mane is much quicker than he is, but he wasn't in a position to turn and run towards his goal. Alba is doing a one-man press, pretty effective.
I kind of jumped up a little bit, Bertram. I'm now at 12:51.
Yeah, you are you ahead of me? Let me just see. I don't see my time here. You're not showing. Yeah, I'm at 13:09. So you're just a few seconds behind me.
Okay.
I still don't see what we're doing though. I don't see a pattern. I'm not sure what we're doing. We're just
Yeah.
playing the ball around. We just
And so
almost
that
like
leads,
aimlessly.
yeah, I mean that leads us to having a good conversation actually about this proposed rumor of Arteta approaching Wenger to come in because clearly our goals from open play are, I believe, bottom five in the league.
Yeah, look, to me, Wenger should be like Ferguson. I mean, they left under different circumstances, but you can't have so much football knowledge and you're saying, I don't want to leverage that knowledge. I'm not sure why you wouldn't have him as a consultant or an advisor or just someone there, a sage who's going to provide advice if you want to bounce something off him. I don't know why you wouldn't.
Mm,
I mean, like he's going to be there on the field being the technical director or something.
yeah,
He's an advisor. And he probably
and
can give
I
you
agree.
suggestion ideas that you haven't even thought to contemplate it because he's been there, done it.
Yeah, yeah, and I agree. I think what can you lose by having his brain power floating around the training ground, working on set pieces, working with strikers and midfielders, just being around the club.
Yeah.
You know, Football has got those people in play. There are roles, and this is something that obviously it's more akin to an American football system where you've got a coach, and then you have offensive coach, defensive coach, special teams coach, kicking coach, etc., etc. Football has those coaches. We often don't hear about it, but they do exist.
Yeah.
Um, you know, I've always been on the belief George Graham would make one of the world's greatest defensive coaches.
Brilliant ball by Lakongo to Saka, just a little bit overhit, and Saka plays it wide. Brilliant ball.
Yeah,
Just need a
good
little
ball.
bit of pace off it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
really good ball.
really brilliant ball. Wow. He actually mishit it, you know. If he hit it on the off, just a little bit on the half volley, he would have gotten it.
Yeah.
It fell in the bottom of his foot.
It's 15 minutes in. That's our real first chance.
Yeah, we don't. We, since Arteta's been with us, we haven't created enough. Actually,
No, we're not creating.
it's kind of
enough
funny
so
when we
far.
had Wenger, maybe because we played less defense. How we should just have chances galore, right? And
Yeah.
now we have a different coach, different mindset, different system. We can't create chances to score for anything. We're getting better defensively, but we have better defenders, so we should be better defensively.
Yeah.
Or is it just our offensive players? Saka is just poor. I ain't getting frustrated seeing Saka on the field. I know that sounds really horrible, but I know he's a kid, but after a while, I hope he scores
Oh,
today
that's a
and
bad
get
pass.
assists. I'm getting frustrated seeing him play.
Mm.
We have people on the bench. Give Martinelli a run. Give Pepe a run. Sorry, they can't do any worse. We need offense. We need goals. He's not a goal scorer. He's a very effective wing back. I'm not sure how effective he is. Okay, he's almost in and go. He should score against the Newcastle team though. Defensively, they're not that good.
Yeah.
And see what I'm talking about? Why not switch him with Smith Rowe? I'm not sure what Smith Rowe is playing though. Is Smith Rowe playing?
Left
It's almost like a.
midfield. He's playing left wing back. Although when
I
you
don't know
look at
what he's
that
playing.
setup, he's actually that. It's like there's two tens. It's like a
Yes.
4-2-4. See how it's
Yeah,
a
I mean
four two
that's what it
four
looks like.
setup.
Well, Tavares is playing deep, so he's not like a 4-2-4. It's like a 3-2-4. I don't 5. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to figure it out. When they go forward, in defensively, Tavares is back. But look, when we go
Yeah,
forward, he's the one playing out wide.
yeah. And to be honest, at the same time, I've seen it several times. Tomiyasu is also in the same
So
corresponding
Tavares is
place.
coming forward on the left wing, crosses in the box, ball comes into Smith Rowe, headed out by Newcastle. St. Maximin disrespect, dispossess. Odegaard with the ball, taken down to the edge of the box. Referee calls a foul. We have a free kick just outside the box. I think he got fouled by Willock.
Yeah.
The question is,
So
what's the maximum foul? I don't know.
yeah. So we're now like 18 minutes in. What's happened to your boy?
He can't touch the ball. I'm saying Spain's a poor team, and he can't touch the ball. But that's like us against Liverpool. You
But
can
when
say,
you do get to touch the ball like he did, he loses the
but they had
ball
4
so
men around
easily.
him. Tony, that's
Come
unfair.
on.
Tony, when we played Liverpool, did you see any Arsenal player distinguish themselves? None. Because you know what? When you play a much better team, you barely can touch the ball. And when you get it, like Ben White had it, you beat 2 men, 4 men taking you on. I think that's what Maximum was fouled by Tomiyasu a while ago.
I don't know. He seems to have a whole lot of strapping around his knees. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, okay. When you dribble that much, you got to tie up all those. Maybe they're to cushion blows. I don't know. It's a good question. But here, Tony's a good example. To me, St. Maximum is almost like a Grealish in a sense. Grealish went to Man City. Has Grealish done anything since he's been at Man City? £100 million?
Mm.
He's been ordinary. So sometimes some people don't fit certain systems. I think St. Maximum fit Newcastle because he gets a lot of time on the ball. And let's see Partey with his free kick. Oh, it's Odegaard, really good free kick, saved by the keeper. Needed more pace on it. Ball plays in by Smith Rowe. Tomiyasu took a shot, blocked, out. Ball is just being kicked in the middle of the park. Newcastle players down. I think it's Joe Linton. I don't know what to make of Joe Linton. I think he has skills, but he's just all over the place.
I don't think he's. Welcome to the chat, D-Dubs. See you in the chat. Welcome, Basics. Basics has said Liverpool don't press much during the season. Only in big games now they're conserving their energy.
We're not a big game. They pressed us. We're never a big game for them in the last 6-7 years. They totally made us look like we cannot play football, and that's the same way against Liverpool for the last since Klopp has been there.
Mm.
We look totally hopeless against them because we try to play football against them, and we're not at that level. We have a team of people like to play football. It's like you have two sets of footballers. One is fitter, one is quicker, and one is just better than the other team. If you play low block football against them, which we don't do really well, then you may have had a chance. And if you have a
Well,
center forward who can hold the ball up when you get it, you have a chance. Our center forward can't keep the ball.
yeah, that's the problem. If you have low block football, you must have a striker who can hold the ball.
Of course, you gotta give
And
your
that's
team
what
to
we
come out.
definitely don't have. D Dubs is saying Odegaard starting, which I expected. Arteta showing opposition no respect, so I expect the intensity to drop today.
But I'm not sure Lacquer or Odegaard. I think he wants more ball possession, and he likes Odegaard. I mean, he must feel a little bit perturbed not being able to play him. He bought him, so that's his player.
But does Odegaard get you more ball retention? I mean, Lacazette is a ball magnet.
I think they're different players, right? I think Odegaard played better between the lines. The problem is not Lacazette. The problem is Aubameyang. You can't play the balls between the lines playing with Aubameyang. He has to get behind the defense. So you can't keep the ball there. You can't play the little 1-2 like we do with a Giroud, for example, in the line and expect a cute little 1-2 pass in tight spaces. You can't get that. Abba is the one who doesn't fit. It's not Laka. It's Abba doesn't fit.
Yeah, I agree. I had an interesting set too yesterday on the Premier League show because I'm convinced that you can't compare Ronaldo as being the bad egg in the Man United team.
I don't know. Is it a bad egg? I think Ronaldo, you're playing with 10 defenders when you play with Ronaldo. 9 plus the goalkeeper. He doesn't. He's like Messi, except he scores. So in the Premier League, it's very unforgiving if everyone is not playing defense, It's a very unforgiving league. It's not La Liga. It's not PSG. The quality, especially against the better teams, has improved. And even last week against Watford, you could see it. Tony does nothing defensively. He's not even trying. He's not as bad as Messi. Messi just stand up in his space and they said the hole in the ground start getting bigger and bigger with Messi because he's not moving from the same spot. But here's what the problem with PSG is, Tony. So Neymar looks at Messi and like, and I used to be the star. I'm not running. You're not running. And then Mbappe saying, "Well, I'm as big a star as you two. I'm the young gun. The ball should be played around me. So you two don't want to run. I'm not running either." Yeah. So then they're saying, my subjects go get me the ball. My subjects go get me the ball.
The thing with Mbappe is when he runs so fast that he needs to have that rest. Like literally what you're saying to Mbappe is you're saying, I know you can run twice as fast as any defender, but you can't run twice as fast as any defender if you're running for the entire game. Physically impossible.
Tony, I don't buy that. No, Tony, sorry, don't buy that. So here's why I don't buy that. There's nobody on City. There's nobody in Liverpool who don't run. If you don't run, you can't play. Salah runs. Salah is as good as Mbappe. At this point, Salah is as good as Mbappe.
No, let's not go there.
What are you talking about, Tony? Sorry,
ground speed.
We're not talking about speed, Tony. We're not talking about speed. We're talking about production on the field. Salah is as good as anybody in football.
Production. I'm talking about speed.
Yeah, but Tony, if he doesn't run, Tony, here's your logic, Tony. Who defends his man? Who defends whose man? So that man is always free. So they can keep the ball on that man's side. You can't play football that way anymore. That's why you mean to blast Ozil. The football has changed. The better teams like Liverpool, you don't play Alexander Arnold. You're Mbappe, you don't play Alexander Arnold. He feeds the ball into his forwards 24/7.
Yeah.
So you're always under pressure. You have to play. Even fake it. He's not even faking it. So you have 3 forwards, none who are putting in any shift. And today football is total football. It's not like in the old days where, you play 4-2-4 or you play 4-3-3. It doesn't play that way anymore.
Nice turn. Oh, come on.
Well, the reason why we're not coming to the game because nothing is happening. There's nothing happening. If I was just playing in the middle of the park.
It's very pedestrian. Yeah. Arsenal look like they're dominating possession. They're playing nice triangles. They're moving around well. Newcastle just don't have anything that that remotely looks like a press or looks like intensity. So Arsenal right now are fairly comfortable, but we're just not creating anything. You know, we've had 2 opportunities, Saka and
Oh, okay, Tony, watch this play. This is only St. Maxim can do this. Even though when I think ball got hand on Tamayasu, he did hit his hand. You look at this in the tight space he's in and what he just did and get around. In fact, that ball hit Tamayasu's hand, but I don't think he knew what it was.
Yeah.
Look at where he was, Tony. Look at the players around him and where he got to.
But Bertram, this is what I'm saying. You do all that, but did you get a crossing?
But Tony, get the ball as a corner. You got a corner out of it.
Oh,
and it was a handball too. The crossing going because it hit Tamayasu's hand.
I'm not buying that, Bertram.
Oh, come on.
Come
on, Tony. Come on, Tony.
Hang on. No, what you just said was, I won you a corner. So you know what I can do to win you a corner? I don't have to run round him, man. All I have to do is kick the ball against him and make sure it goes down the wide line. Because that can win me a corner.
Tony, I created something out of nothing. That's what you did. I created an opportunity out of nothing. I had 4 men around me, and I still was able to get by them.
We'll continue.
What happened to Partey? You know what? He just sent Partey to school. That's how we got there. He sent Partey to school, and then he went by Tomiyasu, touched a little bit too far. We don't have that, Tony. If we had it in our team, Tony, we don't have that in our team. We don't have that in our team.
I'm being very generous here, but I'm gonna give you that one. But let's see how this plays out now. Because I'm sorry, what he just did there was a nice bit of footwork. But I saw Saka do that about 30 seconds earlier.
No, Saka hasn't done anything. Saka didn't do that, Tony. Sorry.
Seriously, you missed the point where he swiveled a man and he laid the ball into Odegaard, and Odegaard miscontrolled the ball.
Okay.
Now, if you were being as critical of Saka as you just alluded to with St. Maxim, you'd have praised Saka.
So, Tony, here's my point on that, Tony. We're dominating the ball. You have more opportunity to do stuff with the ball. You have more time to get touched on the ball. Newcastle is barely touching the ball. It's once in a while they're touching the ball, even though we're not making use of it. If we have somebody who could create something out of nothing, the only person on the team who can do that is Pepe, frankly. Now, Saka is pretty good on the ball. I'm not going to say he's not good on the ball, Tony. What I'm saying is I don't see the production.
Yeah.
And we just look very pedestrian.
Oh, that's bad, Tomiyasu. So much possession.
Yeah, but that's what I call ineffective possession. You're not going anywhere.
Another shot on target, or a shot, I should say, by Nuno Tavares off target.
The Emirates crowd looks a little bit restless. They're showing the crowd here. They look a little bit restless.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got this kind of possession, I mean, I haven't seen a statistic flash up on screen yet about possession, but I'm pretty certain we must be knocking up 70 plus.
We've created one chance, that ball by Lakanga to Saka. It's a half chance.
Yeah.
We haven't done much.
We had the free kick, which was saved.
See, look at Aubameyang. He came past to save his life. Like, it's an easy pass. You have limited pressure and then pass the ball to the defender. I create pressure on his team. Huh? He's just such a poor passer. Oh, what a brilliant save by Ramsdale. What a brilliant save. That came from Aubameyang. Poor pass, creating pressure on his own team. Last week against Liverpool, he's the one who created the first goal when he fouled a man for no reason.
Wow.
That's a liability. That's a brilliant save.
Seriously?
Serious save.
What in the Jesus Christ? Wow, what a save.
Brilliant save. Well, for those who are complaining about Ramsdale costing too much money, I think he's earned his money already in the first part of the season. I mean, he's made some ridiculous saves. That's another one.
I'm just going to go on and continue reading what I started with some of D-Dub's comments. He said, Arteta is not the man for me. It's a terrible selection. Do you guys see you guys at half-time? There's a reason why we're 19th in clear chances created in the Premiership this season. Saka and Odegaard, poor. ESR, tired. Alba well past it. Be lucky to get a 1-0 win. That's all from D-Dubs.
Well,
Anthony Roberts is
and you
doing
guys say I'm
that.
critical. And you guys say I'm critical.
Yeah. Well, you know, look, that's why we're here. We're here to see all of that, to discuss it all. You know, this game ain't easy, bro. This game ain't easy.
Oh, good try by Tamayasu. He had no pass, so he had to do something with the ball. Took a really good left, brought the ball inside, looking for a pass, can't find one. Took a left foot shot just inside the post.
Yeah. Your man St. Maxim was the man responsible for allowing him to just walk
So
in and take the
so
shot.
you can't contradict yourself.
Did you
Wait,
just notice that?
wait, you can't contradict yourself. You just said Mbappe is running hard like St. Maximum is, so he shouldn't be able to go back and play defense. At least he was in front of Tamayasu trying to figure out what to do.
Sorry, so Mbappe is running hard. St. Maximum is running hard.
But that's the role he plays. That's the role he plays like Mbappe does for his team. That's the role he plays.
I'm going to look for that.
But he was in front of the man. Wait. At least he was there. He was a presence.
Okay,
he was a presence.
Look for that.
No, but he was a presence in his own third.
For those runs, those Mbappe
Tony,
runs now.
He was a presence in his own third.
Yeah, Bertram.
Mbappe is not even a presence. Nor is Messi or Neymar.
Yeah, Bertram.
He was a presence, Tony. He was there. The man beat him. That happened.
No, the man didn't beat him.
He did. He shook him off.
He stopped defending.
Plus, he was in a space.
God.
He's defending a space, Tony. He's defending a space.
He's standing in front of him. Tomiyasu shifts left, and Maxim just stands there.
No. Where's the help? Where's the help, Tony? Where's the help? Where's the help, Tony? Where's the help?
Okay. It's like that. Oh, Ben White loses the ball.
He doesn't.
Can't be doing that, Ben.
He can do it against Newcastle. This is not Liverpool, where Tavares made a bad pass and Jota had to beat two men to score and did it easily. Where is Partey in this game? Has anybody seen Partey?
Yeah,
I haven't seen him the last 2 weeks. No, but I'm seeing, when I say seeing him, meaning he's doing anything effective, creating anything. That's what he does from deep.
You know, he's very controlled in his passing.
Yeah, but he used to pass from deep in the space, in the hole. I'm not seeing that.
Yeah. And what you have to do is you have to say, well, what am I going to pass to? Because, you know, Aubameyang just doesn't make any runs that make you go, oh, look, he's made a run that makes him available. Now, look, I mean, you're ahead of me, but I'm seeing absolutely nobody in the middle of the park. Newcastle have...
Oh, okay, here's my boy. Oh, sorry. Trying to find Wilson. He has no pass. Oh. I didn't see Willock touch the ball. Has Willock touched the ball in the game? See, Newcastle is not getting the ball, actually.
Willock just fouled Odegaard. If you're looking for Willock...
I don't think that was a penalty, but they were looking at a penalty inquiry against Odegaard. I don't know why he's holding the man.
Well, they can't look now. That phase of play was like 10 minutes ago.
I know, but they're showing it here whether or not it was a penalty or not. I don't think it was a penalty. But I don't know why you're holding a man in the box. That's asinine. That's stupid.
So Anthony Roberts says today's selection shows that Arteta has hit a wall with his attacking ideas. He's actually put St. Maximum. Ha 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 ha.
I know. He doesn't. He's like you. He doesn't like him. But some people, you know, you can't go with the herd. Some people see quality, and some people take a while to see it. It doesn't. It's not very obvious sometimes.
Yeah, our football is basic, says Anthony. D-Dub says, I agree 100%. Odegaard is slowing up play, turning over the ball and not getting into dangerous positions because he's scared of contact. So we've got a free kick
He
here.
said Maximum just tackled Saka. I thought you said he didn't tackle. I thought you said he didn't tackle. He just tackled Saka a while ago. Mbappe didn't tackle one person in that entire game. In fact, you can't tackle if you don't go into position to tackle.
Yeah.
If I'm Pochettino, I am running for Man U as quickly as possible. I am not coaching that team. Are you out of your mind? You can't tell those players what to do.
Yeah, but you got to ask yourself the question. He's in the most untenable situation a manager could ever find himself in.
True.
He is the manager of Paris Saint-Germain. I would not trade that. I would not want to be a Paris Saint-Germain manager for anything.
Nope.
It's a thankless task. You're
It
playing
is.
in a pub league, and then your team expects you to win the Champions League with three of the best players in the world.
And one is past his prime, one is inconsistent, and the other one is moping
Yeah.
because he wanted to go to Real
So
Madrid and didn't get to go. So, and no, you can't, as Poch alluded to this, he alluded to this where he's saying, look, it's hard to manage those superstars and the entourage. He didn't just say the players, he had to manage the entourage too.
yeah.
I think he's found out what Emery found out and what Tuchel found out, which is it's not that easy.
Yeah.
And unlike Pep at Man City, who you conform or you go. See, Aguero didn't fit his system. Had to go.
Yeah.
Aguero was the leading goal scorer in the club's history, right?
Yeah.
Top 10 probably Premier League player of all time, and still
not
at
good
least
enough.
in consideration. Couldn't
Yeah.
get into the team
Yeah.
because his style of play didn't fit. I'm sure Pochettino, who also likes to play pressing football and like to have his team run, is trying to pull his hair out, thinking, "Why did I take this job?"
Yeah. And when you look at it, you did a Man United because you took an already unbalanced dressing room and you added Messi, which must, in fact, you added Messi and Ramos.
Right.
If ever there was a situation that could get worse, adding those two players alone.
But Ramos hasn't even seen the field, right? He's been injured and he was warming
Yeah,
up the other day. What you don't want, Tony, people don't realize Barcelona want to get rid of Messi. I don't care what they say.
Yeah.
The worst thing is to have an aging superstar on your team
Yeah.
who can't, because you don't know how to get rid of him. He's an icon. How do you get rid of an aging superstar? There's no easy way.
Yeah.
So their financial situation helped them out to get rid of him.
With Barcelona, they've had that recently with Xavi and Iniesta. They've had to, kind of suck it in and go, you know what, we have to let these guys go somehow. And then you're relying on one more of those that amazing triangle of players, and he suddenly becomes, unplayable. So you have to get rid of him.
Yep. Yeah, I mean Messi, you're gonna get that brilliance once in a while, but it's not continuous throughout the game.
Yeah.
You got to carry him as a passenger, and yes, offensively, he may do something once in a while, but it's not like the old Messi was a dribble from half line. He doesn't do that anymore.
Let me continue reading a couple of comments here. Vincey, so this is from D-Dubs. Vincey, what on earth is Arteta doing with these guys in training? Plus, Aubameyang is finished. Apollo, bless him, said he's a good passer. Laugh out loud, shake my head.
Who's a good passer?
No, he's actually deriding Aubameyang's ability to pass. He's saying,
Well, he can walk past you. I mean, we're not talking about football pass. He can walk past you, but passing and him are not in the same zip code.
I feel
sorry. England postcode, I should say. Partey got to be more influential in the game. So is Smith Rowe. Smith Rowe is not in the game at all.
You know what I'm seeing with Smith Rowe is he's standing in a position where he can receive the ball to feet, and we know what he can do with the ball at feet. The ball's just not getting to his feet.
Yeah.
Give it to his feet. Let him do something.
You need some magic here. We don't have any magic.
Oh, there we go. Go on, Smith Rowe. Go round him. Go round him.
This is a hard watch. It's like watching paint dry. We have nothing. And Ben White turned the ball over. Luckily, we're playing Newcastle. See, that's what happens. We're playing a Liverpool. You get punished for some of these plays. You do to Newcastle, you can get away with it.
Yeah.
That's what was the difference last week.
Give the ball.
And we don't have any presence in the box, so.
Yeah, so as I said, with Newcastle playing a back five.
Aubameyang missed a goal, which you and I could score, Tony. How did he miss that? Saka made a brilliant play down the line, crossed the Odegaard. Keeper saved it. Oh, come on, Partey, do better than that. And I have no idea how Aubameyang missed that goal. It's hard to
Oh
miss.
my gosh.
Brilliant play by Saka down the line, cross into the box. Odegaard
Yeah.
head towards goal, came to Aubameyang and he kicked the ball on the post.
The header was by Smith Rowe.
And he had time too. That's hard to miss.
Yeah, but at least he got it on target.
Tony, the post is not target.
No, Smith Rowe's.
You mean Odegaard's header?
No, it's not Odegaard. It's Smith
Rowe.
Yeah.
I thought it was Odegaard.
No, it was Smith Rowe. So Smith Rowe's header was on target. The goalkeeper saves well, but as you said, Aubameyang, you have to score.
But he had time. It's not like the ball bounced up, but he had time.
Absolutely.
You're not doing anything for the whole game.
Yeah.
And you miss a complete sitter.
Yeah. I'll continue reading.
It was Smith Rowe.
The goalkeeper for Newcastle is down, so I'll continue reading. Anthony Roberts says, I feel sorry for the football in training. Party controlled in his passing is like saying Xhaka is conservative with his range. That's to me. Okay, Tony, I get it. Tony continues. We are talking about how effective Partey is today, and thus far he's a passenger.
He's in a passenger the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I keep telling people, Partey is older than what they say. Partey is not 28, 29.
I'm convinced he's not fully fit. I'm convinced he's not fully fit. Because don't forget, he's just come back from injury, and we kind of pushed him to get back into the team because we were left with zero options at a time. I'm convinced he's not fully fit. But I have to say, you know, even if you're playing at a lesser level of pace, you should still be looking to break lines and do stuff. But
exactly.
I simultaneously say that you have to break lines to people who are able to create space. You know, this is the situation like where the quarterback is looking for a wide receiver and the wide receiver is stood out on the sidelines and isn't cutting into the middle of the pitch, which is wide open.
Yeah.
You know, it's just that you have to be able to go, listen, we're not creating anything here, guys. We need to do something. The striker needs to bust the gut to create more opportunities. There need to be dummy runs. There need to be fake runs or whatever, so that, you know, you open spaces and then midfielders from behind you start making runs. That is what Smith Rowe is all about, right?
Yeah, yep. Yeah, they're trying to play almost like I call it inverted left on the left side. They bring in Roberto Tavares forward, Smith Rowe tucked in, Lakanga then swivels over. But the pattern of play, the speed of play, the balls between the line, it's just not happening.
Yellow card for Richie.
That was a good play, actually. Aubameyang tried to make that pass in behind. The really inventive play. And Newcastle just have too many men back. It's very hard to break down a team when you have so many men back.
Yeah, they've got 5 men back.
And we don't have anybody in the box to punish them with headers. So
yeah. So this is almost yes, Smith Rowe. Unlucky.
I think in games like this, you got to play the ball out wide and then try to bring it in, get in the box.
Yeah, but again, even out wide, there's no space. You know, you look at Saka. You know, he gets doubled every time he gets the ball. Look at his positioning. He's sitting between 4 men.
Yeah, but it's the same for all the players. Smith Rowe is the same thing. They have so many men back. And by the way, St. Maximum is defending, along with Willock, by the way, just for your information.
He's running around. Not a great pace, but he's running around.
Oh, that was a hard tackle.
How are you playing on when the man's on the floor?
Newcastle is not even in the game. They're just defending. Smith Rowe got a good ball in. She misses. And then Tavares trying to be spectacular for the second or third time in the game. Play the ball in the box. trying to score these spectacular goals. You have the ball out wide, play it in the box. Ball out to Ben White, down to Tamayasu, crossing the
There
box.
you
Smith Rowe making
go.
his late run. Shot on the man out wide, and Tavares is trying something spectacular from an angle which makes no sense. That's a brainless
Yeah,
shot.
yeah, for
Brainless
sure.
shot.
But again, look, we look at the run of Smith Rowe, a very intelligent run into a
I think
dangerous
that's by
area. He
design,
gets his
Tony.
shot off.
I think that's by design.
I'm I'm impressed by Smith Rowe's position. He gets that ball on target, and the ball literally just, if that defender doesn't get his just poke his foot out, that's going in the goal.
Yep, I agree. At least giving the keeper some work.
Yeah. This is just too easy for Arsenal.
Saka get dispossessed on team time. We look like Liverpool when they get the ball. How much we're on them. Maxim just got dispossessed. Doesn't realize you can't. Our final ball is just not there. Our final ball is awful. And Odegaard should be doing a better job of getting the ball into his forwards. That's what differentiates him from Lazy. At least Lazy's gonna put the ball pinpoint on his target.
I don't know why, but I just kind of feel that Sambi and Partey, you've got too many of the same defender there. The way Newcastle are playing, I understand you want to have two defenders there, but you could have another striker.
Tavares, stop shooting. Stop shooting. You're annoying me now. Stop shooting. Every ball you get, you want to be a forward. You're not a forward. You're a defender with some offensive ability. You're doing some Partey shots. That's a waste of possession. You turn the ball over to the defense, to the opposition.
So
they're showing the replay again about how Bamian missed that. That's hard.
Yeah.
That's hard to miss.
With Nuno Tavares, he probably has some kind of long range shot in his locker that he displays at training.
Yeah.
Because you don't see anybody having a goal. I don't know. I think I must imagine he's got some kind of long range goal in him. Did he not score one during?
He scored in a preseason game, I think.
I was going to say,
but this is not preseason.
There's a foul, ref.
Brilliant defending by Tamayasu. Brilliant defending. They almost got through a while ago. It's a brilliant defending by Tamayasu.
Mm.
Oh, Lord. Our shooting is way off. Our shooting is atrocious. And we get time to shoot, too. We're just kicking the ball all over the place. I mean, you'd never think there's a professional footballer trying to shoot at a goal. The goal is not that small.
Oh, dear. Look, it's a never shot. It's not a shot on target, but it's a never shot.
We played a whole half in their half, and we created little or nothing.
Yeah.
The game needs some change. Martinelli and Pepe for Saka and somebody else, and Odegaard. Sorry, we're seeing enough of those players. Put on some new blood on the field, trying to prove something. We've seen Saka for 12 games so far. 13 games, he has 1 goal. We've seen enough.
Yeah. So I'm going to
at least Pepe scored 10 goals a season before. That's 1 in 4, or 1 in 3, or 1 in 3.8. I mean, we've seen enough. Sorry.
I'm going to read a couple of comments that have come in just lately. Looks like Sambi is our leader in midfield right now. Albert always needs a couple of chances. He always, This game needs Pepe. This is an awful watch, as I thought when I saw the lineups. Basic says, all the excuses about Alba not playing striker last season. Let's sure Mikel won't use him as much next year if he doesn't prove himself now. And I said this last season. This has got to be Alba's last season. I was expecting Lacazette to be out the door last summer. I was expecting Aubameyang to be out the club this summer. You know, the club have let me down. You know, but you know they'll turn around and say, "Well, we solidified the defense last summer." So yeah, fair play. We've done that. But yeah, this summer clearly there's work to be done up front. Yeah.
No,
It's
look,
interesting because I've seen in some other chat groups that people are talking about, oh yeah, it's time we just cash in on Pepe. And then we look at today's football and we go, well, is that not a game that a player like Pepe can't do worse than the players that are on the pitch right now?
well, I think we give more latitude to the younger players because we have affiliation with them. They came to the academy. They're young. I get here, they're young. They're young. This is Saka's third season. He's played over 100 Premier League games. He's no longer football young. He may be young in age. He's no longer football young.
Yeah.
If you're not producing, you cannot be on the field. This is not a charity situation. This is not about trying to bring kids through. We're trying to make top four. Even some people think that's not the time for it because we're still developing. But yeah, like young players, we had 6 new buys. All are probably under the age of 24. You have to produce on the field. And if he's not producing, why is he playing? Now, I see Odegaard has had a ton of time this season. He's played a few games in the beginning, got displaced by Lacazette. Now he's back in the team. But why are you giving Odegaard a chance, not giving Pepe more time to play? But Pepe has not played a lot of games this season. Neither has Martinelli. So if you say Martinelli has been poor, well, how productive has Saka been?
Yeah.
Could Martinelli do any worse? Saka is not a presence in the box, header or otherwise. So I'm struggling with the mindset and why we think that he deserves to play versus any other player, frankly. I mean, Newcastle just sitting low and we can't break them down.
Yeah.
That ball to Saka being shown again, he should have done better with that ball. He should have done better with that pass. Even though he's stretched, the ball hit the bottom of his shoe versus the side of his foot. I don't think I've seen Newcastle. I watched them play this season, most of the games, being this poor offensively versus us than against any other team. I mean, they've created one opportunity with Shelby's shot, but they haven't done much.
So yesterday on the group, there was a comment passed that said the bottom 4 are going to be the hardest teams to beat, and I went, no, that's totally, absolutely rubbish. The top 3 will be the hardest teams to beat. How can the bottom 4 be the hardest team to beat? It makes
I think what they meant. No, Tony, they're right. They meant because no. But hey, listen to me. The top 3 are in another league. They're not in the same league. No, but it's a fact, Tony. Think about it. They're in another league. We're playing with the top 17. We're playing for one position in the top 4. They're in another league.
But what about the 15 other teams sitting between third?
Well, that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
They're all better than the bottom 4.
That's true. That's true.
You know,
but I'm just saying the top 3 are not part of this league.
Newcastle ain't going to be the hardest team to beat just because they're sitting at the bottom of the table. No, the reason they're at the bottom of the table is they're one of the easiest teams to beat.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
And going by what I'm seeing today, I see why.
Yeah, they've been poor. They've been beyond poor. And by the way, Wilson's not a bad player. St. Maximin's not a bad player. They have a few players. Shelby's not a bad player, but their overall team is just not good enough. Hey, Tony.
Good, guys. What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Nice, man. Nice.
So what's your thoughts on the first half, Lindsay?
Yeah.
My thoughts on the first half, I'm just concerned about what we do in training. I've been saying it for 2 years now. In attacking wise, we just don't use the ball intelligently. I see there's no balance in midfield. I understand what Tony was talking about, that we have the same type of player in Partey and Sambi. But for me, today, Partey's not adding anything. And the problem we have with Partey is Partey's almost mirroring what Odegaard's doing, where he's showing for the ball, but not really using the ball that's cutting through the opposing, cutting through Newcastle. So all we're doing is we're spraying the ball out to the flanks, um, laying the ball off, and then coming back inside and switching it over to the other side. We're not having effective triangles because our midfield aren't balanced in showing themselves. Um, and up front, Aubameyang's there to finish, but he's not finishing. Yes, he's had one chance and he should have scored, but there just seems a lack of cohesion and willingness to move with the play, attackingly, to allow us to cut through Newcastle. And it's concerning because I was listening to what Tony was just saying, that Newcastle, being where they are in the league, should be the easiest team to cut open, and we look like we have no idea of how to cut open a team that is going to sit back. And even to Bertram's credit, having their striker St Maximum, one of their strikers, coming back, and he's doing a lot of defending, but we show no idea of how to break down a team that is sitting back. And this is the problem I've always said with Arsenal this year. We're going to have a lot of hard games because we don't know how to break teams down. Teams we should be beating, we just have no system of play to break them down.
So if you look at our scoring records over the last since Arteta's been with us, it's been awful. We can't score goals for nothing. Is it the players? Is it the system? Is it the coach? I don't know what it is, but our goal scoring record has been awful. Once in a while, we'd have a game like a Tottenham game where we put three and everybody get excited. And then we have these duds game after game after game. We're not creating the chances. We may be missing chances, but under Arsene Wenger, for example, we'd create 10 clear-cut chances in a game. We put away 3. Now we cleared 3 or 4 if we're lucky. Today was two good chances. Saka chance, I think, was a good chance, even though he was stretching. And the Aubameyang chance, I don't know what to say about that. He's a being Aubameyang. And then Smith Rowe had a chance. The one came from Smith Rowe had a chance that led to Aubameyang's chance. So all in the same play.
The thing is, Bertram, you allude to the Tottenham game. Tottenham allowed us the space in that game, and we capitalised. But when Tottenham shored up in the second half, we were under the cosh a lot. So it goes back to I don't think it's the players. I do think we have a basic level of attacking play which is not consistent to break down teams. I mean, again, during the stream, you made allusion to, playing like this against Liverpool. It shows that we have no idea, but we're playing against Newcastle, so we should have an idea, and we just seem like the team looks imbalanced for me down the spine, from midfield to attack. And as I said, I'm concerned about if Partey's playing but he's not fit, you're losing a lot. And Maitland-Niles was playing well. That could probably allow Sambi to push forward and be a little bit more adventurous. And these are things that, it's down to the manager to look and see, okay, how are we going to help our attack? Because there is a problem. Arteta's Aubameyang's isolated. Lacazette's not playing, and Odegaard plays. He plays this type of football all the time, but he's not effective. So you can't have a non-effective Odegaard. You can't have a non-effective Partey and expect our attacking play to be succinct.
Yeah,
guys,
look, I do think.
Bertram,
Go ahead.
Bertram, sorry, buddy. Can I just quickly say big shout out to the guys in the Facebook group. CJ, the DJ London, Apollo is in there. Fat Freddie Morrison. Big up to all you guys for jumping in and tuning in on the stream. I believe 2 out of those guys are at the game. One of the points that has been mentioned is this team needs to pick up the pace. Can somebody help me why we play Odegaard, aka Ozil Light?
Ozil Light. And this is the system. It's not the players, but how we're moving the ball is showing the ball should be moved faster, or even in midfield. There's times when you can actually dribble past, play a triangle, and cause a lot of penetration down the middle of the team, which is going to force Newcastle defenders to come inside. We're just too predictable. It's just
Mm.
left to right.
Yeah, I don't. And I think
I
Tony made
mean,
a
one of
point.
the
Tony made a point earlier around Partey when he said, when you're unfit, right? You still have ability to play. You still have the
mm,
skills that you have. So even if
Mm,
I'm unfit, I'm not really running well. I can still make that pass. I may not be able to run and get the ball 24/7 or run
mm,
hard in the space. I still should be able to control the ball and make a decisive pass, split
yeah,
the defense, do something creative. Because even
yeah,
though I'm not fit, I'm not always going to be chasing the ball or running really
yeah.
hard, right? Where
So
is
if I
that?
could,
Where is that in his game? Because he has it in the
yeah,
locker. Where is that in his game? Or is
yeah.
it that the
So this
forwards up
is
front are not
this.
moving as they should to
You
receive the
know,
ball?
I'm gonna put you in touch with players like that. You remember Jan Molby at Liverpool back in the day? He had no place, but he just walked around the middle of the park, spraying the ball.
yeah.
Yabi Alonso, another great player who just didn't have huge amounts of pace, wasn't
Ozil.
hard in the tackle or anything, but he could just spray a ball. You know,
Ozil is an example. Who wasn't running on
Matt
defense?
Letitia, Matt Letitia,
Yeah.
another one.
Mm.
Nothing great movement wise, but just when I get the ball, damn right, I'm gonna find something.
I think this is part of the DNA which fans overlooked that the player has in his mindset. That if I'm fully fit, I can play my type of football. But if I'm not fit, how can I be as effective to still help the team? And Partey right now,
He's not in the game.
he's not here.
He's a log in the middle of the park.
Mentally,
We know his
he's not
ability. He's
there.
a log. Maitland Miles would play better than
Mm.
Partey has.
Because he can't do what he wants to do at full
Yeah.
pace. And he's
Yeah.
not even trying because
He's
you
just
can
taking up
see,
spot in the middle. He's a log, Vince.
yeah,
He's
you
a
can
log.
see he's
He's a log.
protecting something. He's protecting something. He's just sitting
Yeah.
back. And that's why I'm saying that Sambi's literally running our midfield today on his own, but he needs somebody alongside him. It's a shame.
So Abba doesn't fit this team. You have the kids running off you. Even when we played Chelsea last year and beat them 3-1 with Smith Rowe and Saka running off,
Mhm.
Lacazette playing up top, you need the legs to run off you. Someone to hold the ball up, create space for you to go left, go right, lay the ball off to you. Abba doesn't play that game. So you can't put the ball into him because you know he's going to be turned over.
Yeah.
You
Can I
need to
just
have
say a
someone
big
who can
shout?
get the ball, suck it in, and do something with it.
Can I just say a big shout out to Alex from Cannon Fodder TV? Hey Alex, hope you're well. Haven't seen you in a little while. Have you been a little bit quiet? Tell us what's going on in your world, Alex, on the chat if you can. His comment says we expected a lot more considering TV went off. Considering last week's performance, Aubameyang should have scored. No player is beyond reproach.
Yeah.
And the players are out for the second half.
Well, if you're any player on the team and you see certain players not producing, like Abba, frankly, yes, he scored 4 goals in 12 games, not a terrible return. If you're Lacadie, you're probably getting frustrated thinking, I could go out there and do just as poorly. Because
True.
he's not producing. He's
Yeah.
not doing anything for the team apart. We talk about Messi, we talk about Ronaldo, what they give and don't give. Abba is like, he scores, if he doesn't score, he gets a 3.
Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
I, I think
So
I think you got to look at the. You mentioned something earlier on about Shelby. Shelby. I think what fans forget, this guy's a very talented midfielder, John Joe. It's just
yeah.
his attitude that have
Yeah.
probably let him down from going forward. But just look and see how he's played. He's had an opportunity to have a great shot on goal, and he's working in tandem with Willock in the midfield. And for the ball play that Newcastle have had, he's effective. You know what I mean? And that's what we kind of need from Partey today. I think we need him to step up a little bit more, um, just to help out Sambi, and I think we'll see a difference.
I don't know. I know what's wrong with Partey, but he looks old. I know people can say his fitness. It's been a month. He's been out for a month in general. Right? He's out for 2 weeks.
Oh,
He had a break. He
what's
was out
that?
the week before the break when we had the international break. It's been 2 weeks since, so it's 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah,
Doesn't look like
I
the
would
same
bench him
player.
now. Right now, I'd bring on Maitland-Niles. You know what are you gaining by just carrying on doing the same thing with the same players? You need a change. This isn't a game that you're struggling to hold on to. Yes, this is a game that you can lose. I agree. Because it just takes one goal. But this is a game that you can make a dramatic effect on the outcome by making a change to something that gives you more attacking options.
I think, as I said I got crucified last week for saying the game plan against Liverpool was to give him Partey minutes. He got 84 minutes last week. I think he's getting more minutes again today, um, to the detriment of the team because Maitland-Niles can come on and he can do something.
That was a good move by Tavares.
I do think the game needs Pepe though.
And you're
Oh,
not going to see
what?
him. He's quick, Tavares is quick.
Yeah,
At least he goes by people. We're not seeing our
yeah, for
forwards go by
sure.
people.
That's such a terrible tackle as well.
I'm glad to see
Oh,
Tavares.
you mean-
I'm glad to see him get play again. You know what I mean? So we can get the whatever demons he had from the last game out of his system.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think he had a bad game against Liverpool, given how the game went. He just made
No,
a
he
couple of
didn't.
really bad decisions.
I know, but that era was a bad.
It was
Yeah,
Vincey. What about Eric Vincey? He didn't have to do that.
yeah, and that's
Like,
what I'm saying.
yeah, he
Personally,
didn't have to do
as a
that.
player, within yourself, you feel really bad. But he had I thought he had a good game, and I will credit Arteta for sticking with him today.
But he kept Salah quiet for me for most of the game,
Yeah, yeah, we did.
which something Tierney never does.
Mm. And also, you guys, you did comment. It was a good controlled shot by Smith Rowe on the volley.
Yeah.
And you said it was going to go in, Tony, because it was the angle it was curling in.
Yeah.
I did say it was going to be a tough game and midweek, and people are laughing at me. It's just we just don't have our pattern of play is it's basic. So any team that sits back against,
Because Saka just get dispossessed. It's like how this is frustrating to watch.
If
How
Pepe
the guy
does
just got
that, which he does, he gets absolutely criticised to
yes, he would get killed if he does that. Get killed.
Yeah.
Killed. Saka just got dispossessed for nothing. It was nothing play.
yeah, it's poor. It's got to be stronger there. You guys are ahead of me.
The game started out with us trying to keep possession again, but Gabriel and Wilson are having that's the battle of the game, and so far Gabriel is winning that battle.
I did like that Lascelles player. I thought he's got a good ability.
Saka made a brilliant move to dismiss two defenders, but his shot, as usual, let him down. He got by two players, and his shot was poor.
It seems like
Brilliant
Smith
play.
Rowe's come more in
Yeah.
midfield, in the centre.
He got to do better with
More-
that ball. I mean, that was a
more
pass
of
to
a
the
back
goalkeeper.
pass, isn't it? He's got to lift that into the top. He's got to lift that into the corner, top corner.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that's a back pass.
Yeah. Do you think sometimes he's not aware when he gets in the position? He's not aware where the goal is.
I just think his shot is not that great. I don't think either right foot or left foot is that great. He's not a very good shooter. He's not. He doesn't have a good shot.
Tony, you know what it's like when you're bearing down on goal, and you're dazzling players, but then you don't realize how close you are to the goal.
Mm.
No, his shot is not
Yeah.
that good. Vince, how many very good shots have you seen him taking for the
Yeah,
last
you're
3
right.
years? He's not. He's
He's
not a good
shooting.
shooter of the ball.
Yeah.
He doesn't. His right foot is not good, and his left foot is decent,
He'll
but it's
pass.
not.
He'll
Yeah.
The
pass it
thing
more.
is, he is a 2-footed player who can score goals with both feet. That I know.
Yeah.
Bad tackle on Smith Rowe, but yeah, he just doesn't seem to be putting it together at the right place at the right time. You know when.
That was a brilliant cross by Saka. Somebody should be on the end of that cross. That was a brilliant cross. Really in a good place.
Yeah,
So you think, in training, when you roll the ball at pace and you've got to take a shot first touch or 2 touches, you think that's the type of training that Saka needs?
I think sometimes when it comes to shooting, you either have it or you don't.
Yeah.
That's the way I
You
view
can work
it.
on it, Bertram. You can work on it.
You can, but I don't. You can work on it, but normally you have it. You just got to work on it. Sometimes you just don't have it, right?
Yeah, but
you may
Bertram,
you have some ability. You just got to enhance it. Sometimes it's
Bertram,
not
I
in your
taught
locker.
myself how to shoot. Taught myself how to shoot with my left foot to
I did
control
too.
and dribble. So that's what I'm saying. I'm right-footed, so you know what I mean. Some things you
Yeah, but I'm
can.
just saying you probably have in your locker to shoot with your left, but you just hadn't practiced with do it enough. He may not have it. He may. He's still young, He's a kid still, so
Yeah.
he has time to develop that. Gets stronger. His legs get stronger. His technique gets better.
I think he's trainable.
I gotta be critical and say, look, in today's football, when you're getting paid 60, 70 grand a week to play football every week, you should be easily able to play with both feet. Sorry.
I would agree. Or be trained to play with both feet.
Yeah.
It's concerning, isn't it?
And let's be honest, no player plays in the Premier League who can't play with both feet, but you should be confident with both feet.
Newcastle's trying to keep possession now, which is interesting. Maybe it's good they're trying to keep possession. We should allow them to keep possession, so they will create more opportunities behind the defense.
It's funny you should mention that, Bertrand, because I literally just looked on the online to see the possession stats, and Arsenal, up to now, are at 73% possession.
Yeah. Well, second half, Newcastle come up with more confidence. So we'll see if that. We want them to keep possession. Then they create more opportunities when they lose the ball for us to get behind them. We just look poor going forward.
But as poor as we look, Newcastle look, sensationally worse than us. I mean, going forward, Joe Linton. I mean, how is that guy still on the pitch? When you was asking me about Smith Rowe and what has Smith Rowe done, ask yourself, what has Joe Linton done?
No, I mean Saka. I don't script me. I said what Saka done, not Smith Rowe.
Yeah. Do you remember when we was interested in that? What's that player's name who came from Bournemouth and is now at Newcastle?
Yes. I'm going to tell you.
Wilson.
No, it's not Wilson. No. He's Scottish, right?
On the wing.
He's Scottish.
Yeah.
Wow. Why is his name slipping me? Short. I can't remember his name. Fraser. Ryan Fraser.
Yeah. Ryan Fraser. Right? This player is rubbish. And we was caught in this guy for like how long?
Yeah.
Well, he had a lot of assists for Wilson. That's why. He had like 7 or 8 assists. And yes, recording him. He was going to be a free agent. He decided not to play in the lockdown. Yeah. Tavares looked like most.
Newcastle suddenly realised we haven't got any passes together, so they're starting to knock the ball around. Oh, Tavares, what skill!
He has it in his locker, by the way. Maybe we should put him up front. Maybe he should be on the left wing.
Come on, Sambi. Yes. Oh, look at where Tavares is. Centre mid.
Oh, brilliant ball by Tavares. Goal by Saka. Brilliant ball. Brilliant goal. Talked about it. Saka scores. Finally. That was a brilliant play by Tavares. That was all Tavares. Brilliant ball by Tavares.
Nice.
Brilliant ball by Tavares. You just talked about him being in the middle, Tony.
Looking at his
good goal by Saka.
He literally was playing. He was playing number 10.
He got frustrated, Tony. He's like, you guys don't know what you're doing up here.
And that's what I'm talking about.
He did.
You guys are wasting time. I can do better up here. You hear me say, you should go to the left wing. I
And
mentioned it
that's
earlier, right? I said he probably should go on the left wing, go play up front.
and that's
So he
and
has
that's
that
the
in his
thing is
locker.
movement. That's what I'm saying. You've got a left back who's gone into midfield, movement, penetrating down the middle. Where was he? Where he made the pass?
You know what
In a
time to play,
central
Tony?
position.
Saka did a brilliant job of staying onside, you know.
Yeah.
He did a brilliant job of tiptoeing the line of staying onside. Scored a great goal, very good goal.
Mm.
Tavares' pass was brilliant. Tony, that's what I'm
With the
talking about.
right foot.
But Tony, here's
With
the
the
thing,
right
Tony.
foot.
Tony, that's my center forward should be doing, Tony.
Yeah.
Ball in
Yeah.
tight space, cute pass between the lines, between the defender. That's what a center forward does. That's what a center
Brilliant.
That's what I'm
forward
saying.
does.
What that's talk about triangles. What I talk about triangles.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not hard. You know, this is when people say, "Oh, what do you expect?" This is what I expect. If you can't do triangles in football, you shouldn't be in the Premiership. You shouldn't be a Premiership team.
Tavares is the man now. He's getting he just turned it over. Just said it and he turned over. You said it happened.
Good goal. I'm really happy for.
It's a really good goal the way
Yeah.
it was set up. So that means Tierney's out for another 3 weeks.
Really happy for Tavares. Really
You want to
happy.
bench Tierney thinking, darn, why did he score?
I'm not at all displeased. We haven't have a Premier League game in midweek.
No.
No. And we can afford to because we're not playing anywhere else apart from League Cup and FA Cup. The game should open up now. They have to come out now if they want to get an
That's
equalizer.
right.
The game is pedestrian, though. They're just sitting deep, and we're just content to just knock it around. Good ball by Odegaard. Good try. It's a corner. That was a brilliant play by Tavares. That's what you want. Someone in the hole, have the calm. Saka look like he's hurt. I think he looked like he's pulled something. Someone in the hole who can really do something with the ball. Make that very subtle pass, have a little bit of a guile in those tight areas.
Yeah, Saka's hurt, man.
Yeah. His point is
Yeah, he's hurt.
the question: who does he bring on? Is it Lacazette or does he bring on Pepe or does he bring on?
His groin.
Yeah. Good goal, really good goal. Well taken by Saka.
Groin. Not worth risking him.
I don't know if he's injured. He's injured. He's pointing to as if he can't continue.
His groin. Is the manager brave enough to bring on Pepe?
Well, Pepe plays well. I don't know. Saka look like he may be continuing. It doesn't look like he's going to be off.
I wouldn't even take the risk. Why is he taking a risk?
Well, the players sometimes want to play. You know, that's how players are.
But rest the guy. Rest him. How much football has this kid played in the last month? He's played.
Yeah, I'll take him off.
Hasn't he?
I'll take him off, to be honest.
Take him off. He's played for England twice.
And you know what groin injury is like. If you don't let that sit in their heel.
Yeah, we have a midweek game.
Tavares will get the assist as well for flicking it through for Saka.
We're pressing up the field now. Interesting. Wilson's had a tough day at the office. They kick the ball down to him. It can't get to him because Gabriel playing him really physical.
Oh, Partey, that control. Got to come off, man.
Yeah, he's not had a good day at the office.
That control's funny.
I don't think it was a control. I think he was trying to pass it, but he passed it poorly.
Have you noticed, Tony, the way how Partey runs? He's very flat-footed.
Yeah.
I used to sprint on the top of mine, but he's just flat, man. Conserving energy.
Tomiyasu is going to shoot across to Aubameyang, controls, beat a man, and he kicks the ball. What was that?
I'm not sure if you guys have spoken about this today, but you see the importance of how Tomiyasu, his natural game, has helped us today. With him
He's
being
just a good
very,
defender. He's a good defender. He's a good player.
yeah,
He's a good
and being
player.
able to kick with both feet.
Yep, he's a good player. I think St. Max. I think they're making 2 changes. I assume he's gonna be Saka is down again. Why is he on the field, Arteta? Why is he on the field? Huh? Why is he on the field?
Gabriel should have got that ball. Oh, well done.
He was down again. He got up. Take him off the field.
Stop the game. Stop. What are you doing?
He should just sit down, kick the ball to the bounds, and start over.
Stop the book. But they're playing on. I don't get this. The man is sitting on the floor, is he not?
Oh, I think Aubameyang got taken out. We're still playing. Ball over to Saka. Saka can't run.
Saka needs to be taken off straight away.
Guys, how can we see this and Arteta doesn't see it?
He can't run.
I've got to ask seriously, how can we as fans analyze the game?
No.
See
Take
these
this
things.
kid off.
And they still want to pass the ball to him.
Well, because they think he's playing. He's on the
What's
field.
Odegaard doing? Oh, look at.
Yeah, his
Tavares
groin's
is
gone.
the man.
His groin's gone.
Look at Tavares, mate. Right now, I'm telling him walk off the pitch.
Yeah.
Stop your stupidness.
No, he needs to sit down. That's what he needs to do. He needs to sit down. That's what he needs to do.
What is he doing? That's a corner, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a corner. He's down again. How many times does he go down Arteta before you take him off the field?
Come on.
Like, this is a joke.
This is terrible.
I think that would have been a goal from Partey if that wasn't deflected. He had a good shape on it.
Okay, just take him off now.
Yeah, you read about that, Vincey?
He's done. Good. 63 minutes, freshen it up.
He's going to put on Lacazette? Oh, Martinelli. So Pepe is way down the pecking order.
Wow.
Way down the pecking order.
Wow.
Pepe's not seeing the field anytime soon. Way down the pecking order.
You remember last year, or even possibly the year before, we used to say how we could play Pepe at the 10 role because he's got that much skills.
Yeah.
And we've never seen it.
You know what? I kind of question.
Right now, I'm giving him a free roll. I'm taking Odegaard off the pitch. I'm putting Pepe in the middle of that part with Smith Rowe and saying, go on, do something.
It's not happening. Arteta loves Odegaard. When you buy a player, you love him.
I think all three of us are too progressive managers compared to Arteta. I think we believe too much in Pepe's ability.
Why isn't Ramsdale coming for that ball? Ramsdale, you should be getting that ball. Why isn't Ramsdale coming for that ball? That's ridiculous. I'm not sure if that's a penalty or not. We'll see what VAR says. But why isn't Ramsdale coming for that ball? The ball can't be handed at your box, so you're not out there getting the ball.
That's not a penalty. That's not a penalty.
But why isn't Ramsdale coming for that ball, Tony?
No.
The ball can't hit you 18 from that far, and you're not on top of your box trying to get the ball.
There's two players with the striker, and what you don't want to do is give your defenders. If there's a one-on-one, maybe, but two players.
Tony, the ball can't hit you 8. Tony, the ball can't hit you 18 from that far, and you're not on the touch it. But where are you in the goal? The ball can't hit your 18-yard box as a goalkeeper, and you're not there picking the ball up.
Bertram, the reason why he didn't come for that ball is because his starting position was so deep.
Exactly. Martinelli scored. Wow. Brilliant ball, brilliant goal. Came on and scored with his first touch. He's probably saying, Arteta, you see? You see that, Arteta? I should be playing. That's a brilliant. Well taken goal. Beauty. Well taken goal.
Well taken ball.
Brilliant ball, by the way. Well taken goal.
I think it was Odegaard.
Yeah, brilliant ball. Well taken goal.
Well
My
done.
client. My client. Man like Tomiyasu.
And
To
he's
my
way on
client.
side on the wing. Well
That's
taken
all I'm
goal.
saying.
Well taken goal.
That's all I'm
Ben
saying.
White with the
Man.
ball, plays the ball out wide to it's
It's
Tomiyasu.
Tomiyasu.
It's not
It's
Odegaard.
Tomiyasu, yeah.
Tomiyasu with a
Tomiyasu.
brilliant ball, well timed, well placed, and he's looking at the ball way up. It's a brilliant goal.
This is what I'm talking about football. Look at that.
Brilliant goal. Brilliant goal.
Look at that. He points where he wants the ball. Bang.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Brilliant. See, he's watching the ball all the way. The touch is sublime. Both
Look
the
at that movement.
pass and the goal, well taken. And you can see the frustration out of him coming out saying, I should be playing.
Watching the ball all the time. Look at that.
Yeah.
Tony, stuff like them.
Okay, let's see the replay again about the. You know what? Tavares bounced him, Tony. And when you have full speed, well, no, you know what? It's not a penalty. He leaned into Tavares.
Tony Cox used to score them goals back in the day, man. I'm telling you. I've seen it all. I've seen it all, man. Movement, pass. Bang.
What's your thoughts, Bertram, on the penalty possibility?
Look, it's a possibility, Tony. Here's the reason why. Because at full speed, a little nudge, Tony, turn you over, right?
Yeah,
but I think he leaned into Tavares. So of course he's going to get touched. Now someone can say, if I'm running in front of you, I'm going to lean into you. It's your job not to touch me. I was with David Luiz 2 years ago when he played against what was it? I think it was Liverpool or one of those teams. But it's a 50-50. I could see going either way. But Tony, my point on the play, Tony, is this: no ball should hit your 18 from that far, and the keeper is not there collecting the ball. Shouldn't happen.
I agree. Yeah,
shouldn't happen.
And that's what
I've seen it another time now. Yeah, I agree.
And that's what put us in danger.
Yeah.
Because as a keeper, you should be up in the middle of your box anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't be in your goal line from that far out. That's crazy.
Yeah, we were attacking at the
unless you're talking to your fans.
Yeah. You're getting to walk, man.
You're getting to walk. You're talking to your fans. You're not seeing the game.
He was signing autographs. That's what he was doing.
I must admit, this is the first time I've seen St. Maximin play, and he's not being in the game at all. Poor ball by Partey again.
Oh,
I've seen it many times.
Poor ball by Partey again.
Bertram,
I've seen St. Maximin play. I watch every game that Newcastle plays because I'm watching.
I've seen it many times, man. I don't know what you see, man. You must be watching a FIFA.
No, I'm telling you, I watch him in a lot of games, Vincey. But he's not in the game today because Tony said it. 73% possession, meaning I'm not in the game.
Yeah.
What am I going to do with 27% possession? That's probably clearances. That's not even possession.
Full pass there by Partey.
Partey has not played well. We've done well despite Partey.
He's actually he's literally walking around the pitch now.
Yeah, he's looking like a Messi and Mbappe.
What the hell is that?
I can't stop talking about those three. That was such an embarrassment.
I think it's got to be said. You look at Ramsdale.
Brilliant ball by Tavares.
Ramsdale's not that. He doesn't look tall, but he fills that goal up, man.
Yeah, he does. He's big. No, he's 6'4". He's big.
He's 6'4". Okay.
Yeah, he's big. He's a big guy.
Wow.
Must be all those oxtail he's eating, because that's his favorite food. Jamaican food.
Hold on.
Hey, Tony, I'm not sure Tierney get back into this team, Tony.
I totally agree with you.
He's not getting back into this team. He's gonna be like Pepe. He's not getting back into this team.
Spinning.
Newcastle may get relegated, with all that money.
Of course, I've said that. They look like a bottom 14.
Yeah, they do. Come on, Smith Rowe. It take too long to give him the ball, Smith Rowe. Aubameyang almost got through. I thought you took too long to give it to him, Smith Rowe.
I don't get this. You're 70 minutes in. You have a midweek game. Now is the time to put on another sub at least.
Yeah, for the people not playing well, they should be on the bench.
For boys who are close to the game, give them some minutes.
Aubameyang, man. You know what? If that was Martinelli, he would have been onto that ball.
Yeah,
What was he?
I agree.
No, it was hard. No. What happened on the ball was that he was going first. The ball didn't come, so he stopped, right, trying to stay onside.
And he was
I just
on
think it
his
was the
heels.
keeper being aggressive, unlike Ramsdale on the last play that we talked about. The keeper was aggressive.
Apollo says Arsenal fans are singing "You're rich and you're effing shit. You're rich and you're effing shit. You're rich
Oh Lord,
and you're effing shit. You're
they're
rich
rich too.
and you're effing shit. You're
Okay,
rich."
problems. They got the ball in between the line. Where's Partey? Ball into Murphy. Oh, brilliant cross. No one is there. Newcastle with a very good attack. Somehow our midfield got caught upfield and we're chasing behind. That should not happen. Ball by Almiron out to Murphy. Cross into the box. Nobody's on the end of the cross. Really good spot to put the ball.
Yeah. Is he offside?
Mm.
No, it can't be offside.
Well, we should be happy now about Newcastle because even if they get relegated at some point, they're going to be like the Chelseas and the Man City if they get good people on their team because money talks.
Tony Apollo says that his prediction was 2-0 for today. I'm gonna just check my
It's gonna be
There's
more
more
than
goals
two.
in this. There's more goals in this.
Yeah, there is.
I said 2-0. I said 2-0. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
You can see all my there you go. 2-0.
Oh. Did you see that check?
Oh, Tavares has mad skills, mad skills. Partey just playing. Partey has been the worst player on the field today. Really bad. He's been really bad. He's not going up more to try to create something offensively, but he's just not on his game.
You
So
must
here's what I was
score.
complaining about Tierney before, guys, and people give me a hard time, and it's now very apparent. When he used to get the ball in the wing, he would just go one way, put his head down, go left, cross to the box, and no one. What Tavares does is sets you up as a defender.
Yeah.
He goes right, he goes left, and he's trying to cross the ball just on someone's feet. Unlike what
Aubameyang,
Smith Rowe do.
The
Tierney
thing
to
is,
do.
he's so two-footed.
Yes, he is very.
I thought Aubameyang was going to volley that one. He could have done
Yeah.
that.
Now there's a foul anyway, but
Yeah.
I think Aubameyang can, like I said, can come on for Aubameyang as far as I'm concerned. This is how you keep your players happy. Give them 20 minutes, especially in a
Yeah,
game like this where you think you have the game in control,
Yeah,
and he's
for
not a
sure.
bad player.
I'm taking off Partey because he has done nothing all game.
Nothing.
And I'm taking off Aubameyang.
Yeah.
Let someone else get a chance. You're 2-0 up. You got a game in midweek. Save some legs.
Who's on the bench? I haven't seen the.
I think Pepe's on the bench. Amen is on the bench. Their players on the bench.
Yeah.
Newcastle now having some possession and creating some pressure.
Aubameyang, you don't stop running when you leave your man there.
And he runs when he feels like it, Vincey.
And I just saw that he got to a point and he just stopped.
Yeah.
And if it was a better ball, that guy would have been in. Arteta would have been screaming at him.
He comes a foul again, just like against Liverpool. He does the same stupid tackle again. Same place against Liverpool they create that goal from. Same tackle, tackling the man at the ball, another yellow card for him. Same, he can't tackle. Can't pass, can't tackle, can't beat a man. Liability. Same place against Liverpool that create the first goal.
Dear.
He's been taken off.
You're not a fan then, Tony? I mean, Bertram, you're not a fan?
Never been a fan.
Sure?
I'm a fan of his goals. I'm not a fan of the play. Vincey, have you heard me talk about him last week? What rating did he get last week?
I think you're harsh.
Last week I gave him an NR.
I think you're harsh.
I'm not hard. He's a great goal scorer. That's all he does. Okay, Vincey, let's talk about the attributes of a forward. Let's go through them.
He's coming
Right?
off. He's coming
No.
off. Our captain's coming off. He's
Yeah.
coming
Let's
off.
go to the attributes of forward, Vincey. You tell me what he does well as a forward. Go to the attributes.
His name costs fear in defenders. That's it.
Yeah. Well, his name doesn't cause fear to Liverpool, Man City, Chelsea, where we're trying to be.
He's a diminishing striker. Since he got that pay, he's a diminishing striker.
I don't know if he's a dimension. I think he's the same striker.
He's lost the pace.
It just becomes apparent when he's not getting as much chance as he has in the past.
He's lost the pace, though.
No, I don't think he's lost any pace, actually. I don't think he's lost any pace. I
I
don't.
want to see another 2 goals. I want to see our goal difference go into the.
But then again, you know what? He's had, to his defense, he had was it malaria last year and COVID?
He did. So why are we taking off Smith Rowe and put on Pepe for at least for the last 20 minutes? Give him a run.
I agree.
I think he's giving Odegaard a run.
I think Arteta sent a message to Pepe, which is there's no way back for you. And you know what he is on players when
It's terrible.
he's sour.
Terrible
When he's sour on
management.
them, that's it. You're out.
That's terrible management. I'm sorry. Even if you don't like him, but you think, you know what? Let me maximize his value if I am going to sell him. Play his Ross.
I did say to Neomes that Arteta plays with 11 of 12 players,
Give the ball,
13
Ben
at
White.
max.
Move away.
And outside of that, he's forced. Unless he's forced to make those substitutions, those other players will not get a look in. That's how he's managing the team.
Come on, Smith Rowe. What kind of pass is that? That's a nice 1-2 ball. You give it away.
Tony says,
All right, let's see what St. Maximum does now. He has a ball.
Tony, you say Newcastle are worse than Norwich?
Yeah. I'm convinced of it.
Wow.
Norwich were not this passive. Not at all. This team are passive. They literally are happy for you to just run rings around them.
Oh, so Maximus on the board. He's going to do now.
I mean, Bertram, you've got to get your boy out of there. He's wasted.
I think we should buy him. Trade him for Pepe.
Yeah,
Please.
you better change
Trade
your
him for
name, man.
Pepe.
You ain't signing that
Are
off.
you
Change your
mad?
name. Change your
Are
name.
you mad?
St. Maximum.
St. Maximum for Pepe. Are
Yes,
you
I'll take St.
mad?
Maximum Pepe any day.
Saint
Any day.
Oh my
minimum.
God.
Saint
Any day.
minimum.
You're deluded.
Any day.
my son. Deluded.
Any day. Any day.
Absolutely deluded.
You shouldn't be allowed near our purse strings, Bertram. Not with that.
St. Maximum Pepe
Not
any
with that.
day.
Not with that.
with
I'm
that.
sorry.
Go.
Never get it.
Oh, come on. Sambi, what happened?
So I
there?
saw Mane at Southampton. Did he look that good?
Yes.
Southampton?
Oh,
Wait.
Lord.
Mane looked that good at Southampton?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. He's a different player at Liverpool.
Mane has his
Different
Mane
player
has
at
the
Liverpool.
devil in him.
Different player at Liverpool.
Mane
Different
has
player
the
at
devil
Liverpool.
in him, and he has the genius in him.
He was
He's that
ordinary
player.
at Southampton to me.
No, he wasn't ordinary.
Nah.
He was a good
Okay.
player.
Yeah.
He wasn't the same notoriety he gets when he was at Liverpool.
Oh, no. He wasn't that player, but he was still a baller.
Yeah.
St. Maxim has been a baller for Newcastle. And look at this team. This team is awful. It's an
Bertram,
awful football team.
Bertram, the board meeting's ended when you mentioned his name. You know that. That's it.
No, I'm telling you.
The meeting's adjourned. Any other business? Any other? Any other players?
You see, you guys don't watch him enough. You don't get those 10 o'clock games. I watch him every week. I'm telling you, the baller. Oh, brilliant ball, bad control, brilliant ball by Tavares. That should have been a goal. Brilliant ball by Tavares. Tierney, you ain't seen this team anytime soon. You saw the pass. You see the pass, Vincey. That should be another goal by miscontrol.
Miscontrol.
Brilliant ball.
Definitely.
On point.
Wow. Oh, Martinelli, look at that beautiful ball. Poor control by my client.
Yeah.
Tavares, mate, is looking like he's getting man of the match.
Yeah, I agree.
Brilliant ball by St. Maximum.
Without Tavares, mate, this would have been a...
Oh, Vincey, you saw I played my clan a while ago.
What's that?
Oh, brilliant ball again by St. Maximum. You guys don't watch him enough. Man, creating something out of nothing. Huh? Creating something out of nothing, Vincey. That's what I see week in, week out.
I'm seeing a great ball but that was a great ball that he passed. Great ball.
I'm talking about St. Maximum a while ago.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
Yeah. That's what he does week in, week out, Vincey.
And
Gotta
a
get
cross.
touches though to do that. Look at this create something. That cross came from nothing, doesn't it?
Mm.
Nowhere to go when he created something. I'm telling you. If you watch him enough, you realize his ability.
I'm not convinced, Bertram.
I know,
No,
but you will
two
eventually.
passage
You will
plays.
eventually. You will eventually.
Those two
You will
passage
eventually.
plays that was very
It's
good.
Tony.
Mm.
Vision. It's hard to see certain things sometimes. Tony, you have to have certain vision, Tony. But it will come to you. It's gonna trickle out. It will trickle down effect. It will come to you, Tony. Trust me.
All right.
You know, no bullying allowed, Bertram. No bullying allowed.
I have to bully because I'm not getting my way, Tony.
No bullying allowed.
Vincey. Oh, good shot by Willock.
Oh
Good
dear.
play by Willock.
How
Oh, what a
refreshing.
beat! Oh,
Guys,
good play
seriously
by
though,
Willock.
how refreshing is it that we could have a player like Tavares come through, have this level of play, and we still got Tierney to come back?
Yeah, but here's the thing, Vincey. That was brilliant scouting on our part
Yeah,
because he wasn't a really a starter in the league. You know,
yeah.
he was a consistent starter, consistent player, playing week in, week out. My understanding.
Mm,
And he's playing at the highest level and playing well.
mm. Give him credit there, man. We found a
Yeah.
player.
We did. It's not our. That's not what we do well. We find the Mustafis of the world. And
We
that's
found
what
a
we do
player,
really well. So
and that's why I want Sambi to get game time, because I believe he can be a really, really effective player for us in midfield if we
he's a
use
good
him.
player.
If we use him right.
Partey wants to shoot. I know Partey wants to shoot. He's dying to get a goal. Why is Newcastle staying back? You're on the 2-0. Like, what are you doing? Good tackle by Smith Rowe. I don't know how Pepe get back into this team. Come on, Odegaard. Odegaard has not been good. Odegaard has been average at best.
That's how Pepe gets back into this team.
Yeah, but he's not playing him in the 10, so he's going to get back in the team.
Yeah, but Saka's now going to be out for a week, right?
Yeah, but Martinelli's going to play because he just scored. Pepe has no way back. He's going to play
can't
Odegaard.
find the
Odegaard
place
hasn't
for
played well.
Pepe.
Odegaard is just average.
He's had
Really nothing, done nothing.
Odegaard's had as bad a game as Partey today.
Hey, he's done nothing. He's done nothing since he
Here
come back.
comes El Nene.
Wow. Maitland-Niles must be brewing. He must
I know.
be brewing.
Do you
Seriously?
see the incompetence of this manager? You literally have an opportunity to blood two of your best players, but you're going to play El Nene.
He's taking off Partey. Partey should have come out before the game started.
Did we not say that?
He should come out before the game started. He's been awful. He's playing on name only for the last couple of games.
That's why I'll still give him a 1 after this game. I'm sorry, it's like you're not asking too much. We're supposed to be developing the team.
Yeah, but you can't.
The manager likes who he likes. That's how it is sometimes.
You can't give Arteta a 1. I can't give Arteta a 1.
You
Why
can't.
not? Why not?
You would have.
No, if you win, you can't get a 1 if you win, Vincey. If you win, you can't get a 1.
you can't get a 1.
Not from that first half. Seriously? What? Tell me.
All right, Tony. So this play a while ago, Tony. So this is what I'm talking about, Tony. Where Ramsey just came for that ball a while ago. You see that play where he was a while ago. That's what he should have done on the first pass. That ball he just won a while ago. That's played down the line where he came off his line.
Yeah,
that's where he should have been the first time.
Yeah, I get it.
So you guys are going to give Arteta a 5 because he bought on Martinelli?
He won, Vincey. He won.
No, seriously. No.
He won. He won, Vincey.
Remember what we said last week? It's not the score line, it's the performance.
Hang on.
No. You guys give me a hard time about that. I get a hard time when I give people 4 when we win. And you can't have it both ways, Vince. You can't give me. I get grief when I do
What
that.
did the manager do to aid the victory? That's
He made the right change for Saka. He changed Saka at the right time.
Stop it, man.
When he pulled up. He made the
What,
change
10
at the
minutes
right
later?
time.
10 minutes later.
When he pulled up, he changed it when he pulled up.
Oh, your jokes, man.
Come on, there's another goal in this game, surely. Come on, boys. They're coasting.
Apollo and myself, we're going to hit the jackpot with this 2-0 victory.
Somebody's got some money on this game. This is fixed.
And they've always been
Poor
this
Laka,
type of team.
poor Laka. What are you doing? Oh, Jesus Christ.
But at least, Tony, you're seeing him play between the lines, right? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Said Maxim has the ball, and I'm sure we're going to be... Oh, good try.
Did Laka not know that he had Martinelli just behind him after he just dribbled that? And he could have just backheeled it, tap in.
So
Okay,
when he gets... Okay, you see that play, Tony, with what's it didn't come up as a goal? That's what he does. He puts fear in defenders' heart, Tony. Fear. Saw that, Tony? Fear. That could have been a ricochet. Could have been a goal if Newcastle were
Did he
following
get a
up.
score? Did he score a goal?
Tony, you're missing the point. It's not always
If
a score,
Pepe
you know.
had that, if Pepe had that, top left-hand corner, bro.
No, you'd have turned it
That's the
over. You would have turned it over.
That's
You would have turned it over.
difference, brother.
He's on the bench. That's why he's on the bench, Tony. You would have turned it over. He get dispossessed one-on-one. That's why you get frustrated with him. With all his skills, he get dispossessed one-on-one. Said Maximum never get dispossessed one-on-one. Never. Not one-on-one. Not one-on-one. 1-on-3, yeah.
Tom, what is this guy drinking? He's not on stout. I know
Sorry,
he's
mate,
not
I
on
think
stout.
He's
I
the only
know
one
he's
in the
not on
he's
stout.
the only one in the boardroom left, man, because
Yeah?
he's
Was he
on
on
speaker.
So Vince call it bullying.
You're
Tony,
right.
at some point, Tony, it will hit you. At some point, it hit you. It's not there. It's not obvious. It's not obvious. It'll hit you.
Okay.
You know what? You know what I
Bertrand.
realized with Newcastle? Hayden has gotten benched. Hayden was a regular starter on the Bruce. He can't get a
Okay,
looking. He's just getting
Bertrand.
2 minutes on
You
the
know
new
what?
manager.
I'm convinced Bertram was paid to scout some other player, and he's focusing
Because I
on
watch Newcastle every week. I'm telling you, I
He's
watch
just
Newcastle
focusing
every
on
week.
maximum.
Hayden's a player for
Hang
Arsenal.
on, wait. Hang on. I watch Newcastle every week. Do you not get bored?
No, here's the thing, Tony, which is at 10 o'clock, I watch 2 games simultaneously. And I will always watch the Arsenal players. So I'll watch Willock. I am watching Newcastle because of Willock, actually. And I'll watch him every week to see how he's doing.
But you've been paid to scout Pepe, not St. Maximum. Why are you?
No, but I
focusing
realize I
on
have a Pepe replacement. Because I don't want Pepe's on the bench. Vince, Pepe plays for Arsenal?
Yeah.
I haven't seen him. Where? When? I can watch St. Maximum every week to scout him. I can't scout Pepe on the bench. Where watch Pepe? He's on the bench. At least I can watch St. Maximum. I have. Okay, so Martinelli's gotten away.
Bertram, man, I think we're gonna have to cancel your subscription, man, because
No, I mean
You're
I
not supposed
can't.
to be
Okay. So Tony, what have you seen from Pep in the last 3 games? So here's the thing, Tony. Yeah, I don't know what happened. He got hit. He got hit in the face. Oh, that's a penalty. He didn't play the ball at all. He played a man.
Yeah.
And that should be a yellow card and a penalty. That's a yellow card and a penalty. He played a man, hit him in his face. He didn't play the ball at all.
That's no part of the ball.
No part of the ball. He played the man all the way. He didn't play the ball at all.
At the ball.
That's a penalty and a yellow card. That means he's got 2 yellows and a red. That's to me, that's a penalty. He didn't play the ball at all. And he hit the man in the face. They're watching on the bench, you know. Saka watching the iPad.
His shoulder in his face.
Yep, that's a penalty. And a yellow card.
penalty.
As you guys say, penalty. It's a penalty. It's a penalty. I agree 100%.
They can see that on the screen, surely.
Well, they're watching on the Arsenal bench, so they can see it.
They gave Saka man of the match.
For what? Because he
They
scored.
gave Saka man
Well,
of the
that shows
match.
you how bad we have been. That shows you how bad we have been.
Seriously.
They gave Saka man of the match. Wow.
Seriously. You've got all this time. You can just look at the screen again and go, hang on a second. Why is the guy holding his jaw? Oh, my God. VAR, it's just ridiculous. What are they doing in the VAR?
I think Martinelli should be man of the match.
You've got time.
He scored a goal. He should get a penalty on that one. He's got like 2 or 3 chances to come on. He's been different, makes since the game on. He missed control of ball he could have scored on, probably rust. He scored a goal and he should have gotten a penalty. He's been very effective. He's still trying to figure out where his jaw is the left side of his jaw is because LaSalle's put a forearm shiver in it.
He is a little bit unbreakable, isn't he, on Martinelli, though?
Yeah.
I think your client needs to come visit some certain parts of Brixton and Streatham.
Just get to Yaman.
You say he's brittle. You say brittle. He's brittle.
I think he's a little bit brittle. You need a little hard-dough bread.
Yeah, patty and cocoa bread, and you'd be good to go.
Some cocoa bread and Lowry.
I thought he needed some oxtail, rice and peas.
Yeah, oxtail this time of the year, warm up his skin.
You know, Smith Rowe has not been prominent in this game, you know.
But he's been effective when he has been.
Yeah, but we see him in spots, Tony. When you have 77% possession, shouldn't everybody be in the game?
Well, it depends.
Listen, I'm not displeased with his performance today. I'm not displeased. Up until his goal, he was far better than Saka.
Good run by Willock.
How did they give Saka man of the match, though? They say because he changed the game with his goal.
Oh, okay.
But that was all Tavares.
What was he doing for the other 70 minutes or 60-something minutes?
That was all Tavares.
To me, that Tavares changed the game.
Yeah.
Tavares is the man of the match.
Yeah, Tavares is the man of the match. What happened to Ben White? Good drive by Willock. Good pass to Murphy. His cross was poor. I think that's Wilson hit him, didn't he? Yeah, Wilson has been very physical. Oh yeah, he took his leg out.
Yeah, I see that.
Wilson's a good player, but have you seen Wilson today, Tony?
No.
There's a reason why. So when you give St. Maximin a hard time, at least I spot him once in a while. I haven't spotted Wilson for the entire game. Gabriel had him locked up, tied up, every kind of up.
But your guy is one of the top 5 players in the league, bro.
No one said that, Tony. Don't put words in my mouth.
You did.
I didn't say. I did.
Yes, you.
I said.
did.
I was thinking top 2.
No. Oh.
Top 2, you know. Top 2.
Don't misquote me, Tony. Don't misquote me. Look, I think St. Maxim is like Traore. They just need to play with better players and learn to play without the ball sometime. Man got skills abundant. Why he just walk through the Arsenal team? Huh? He just walking through the Arsenal team. Bad pass at the end. See? The end product needs to be better. He just walked through the entire Arsenal team like he's going to the ballet. Didn't he, Tony?
Yeah, but Pepe does that in training, though.
No, we talk about game. I'm talking about game, Vinci, not training.
But he's not allowed to he's not allowed to start the game.
He doesn't do it in games enough. I've never seen Pepe do it in a game. Just walk through the entire defense if they're not playing.
It's 11. It's 11 against 11. Yeah, one man can't be doing all that foolishness, and you can't.
But there's nobody to pass the ball to. Nobody pass the ball to.
Yeah, man. That's not in his contract. Man.
When you watch him enough, you'll see what I'm talking about. I've seen him score. He scored 3 goals this season, didn't he? For this poor team, he scored 3 goals for this poor team.
So can I ask you a serious question, though, Bertram?
Yeah.
You would want a player like St. Maximum playing for Jamaica? Is that what you would say?
Oh hell yeah, we have no wingers.
So that type of play, you'd want.
Yes, because you know what he do, Vinci. Jamaica can't keep the ball. So what he would do, he'd create mismatches. I'm telling you, a player like this, all you have to do is say, you know what, go out wide and isolate the winger and put the ball in the box.
But you know what you're breeding? You're breeding indiscipline.
What was that?
Oh.
Where's all this extra time coming from?
I know.
Martinelli.
Yeah, you're right. It's 4 minutes. So it's probably going to go about 96, 97 minutes.
But I thought he got injured in normal time. He didn't get injured in injury time. He got injured in normal time.
No, Tony, but you have to add the time. That's how you get the extra time.
The time was already at 4 minutes because he was injured.
The game is over. Maybe the referee can't count. So we won We are now on to how many
Yes.
points? 23 points? 23 points. We're
claw
in
back.
top. Are we top 4 now?
We claw back 2 goals from
We're
last
top
week.
4 now, aren't we? Are we level with West Ham or are we behind West Ham? Where are we? Newcastle is poor. They're going down. Yeah, all that
No.
money should go in the championship.
No, we're still fifth on goal difference because West Ham's goal difference is +9.
We don't score goals and we give up goals. We give up first part of the season. We give up 9 and 3.
Yeah, but have you noticed how many clean sheets we've now got? I think we must have the most clean sheets in the division.
Yeah, apart from against Chelsea, City. So you should take those 3 when you're judging the team. Take those 3 games out in
Yeah,
terms of goal. So we gave up how many goals? 4 to Liverpool. What? 3 to City, and 2 to Chelsea. So that's 9 goals, and we didn't even look like scoring those games. And West Ham play Man City tomorrow, so may still be 11 on points with them. At the end of the
yeah.
day, maybe they're a decent team. Aubameyang played most of the game and didn't contribute at all. Did he contribute? Here's again, thing, Tony. We won. What grade would you give Aubameyang in this game? See, that's the thing I'm talking about. If he
Okay.
doesn't score, what grade does he get? Even when you won and won
Yeah.
convincingly and won easily.
You and I are in total agreement on that. 100% agree with
You
you.
can't give him a 1 if you're going to give. You can't give him a 1.
We're not giving ones. You can't give ones when your team wins 2-0.
That pass by Tavares, I'm watching again, is sublime. On his right foot, just rolling the Saka's path back to goal. Look at the space. Smith rolls the ball, playing to him. He didn't even look at Saka. He just rolled the ball real easy into his path. Hard to miss. Brilliant goal.
I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted because it's our second half performance. Individuals changed the game.
Yeah.
Individuals changed the game.
So that's what normally happens, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah, but
No, what he's saying now, Tony, is that he wants to see a team play
yes,
where the team changed the game in the totality of performance, not individual performance.
Yeah. I mean, you look at Paris Saint-Germain, they're a typical example of a team that plays around, but it's normally one moment of Mbappe magic that changes the game.
But here's the thing, Tony. They could have won that game, Tony, even without that
They could
happening.
have.
If Neymar put away that chance, they still had a chance in the game. But here's the thing about that team, actually. How do you leave Liverpool, where you're a starter every week, and go sit on PSG's bench with Herrera and Erissa Gay in the midfield? I don't understand that. So Wijnaldum can't get a look in. It's all about the manager and what the manager likes.
So when you say individual brilliance in an Arsenal team that we're saying we don't have the players, does that not lead to the tactics that the team is playing, which is not allowing that individual brilliance to come to the fore?
I think Arteta wants to be hard to beat. That's his first objective. I want to set my team up to be hard to beat, right? And hopefully, like Pep is doing, hopefully I can score goals because I have players with the ability to score, to create something. So if I'm very solid defensively and you can't score, you can't. That's how Pep is playing ball. If you can't score me, then I can't lose the game. So I think I have enough quality to score and to win. But if you can't score at me, that's how Liverpool is not like that. Liverpool is much more free flowing, and they take more risks. What Pep does is suffocate you. So if I have the ball 24/7, if I win it back when you get it, you can't score. Even though I don't have a number 9 in my team, I expect to have enough of Grealish and Sterling and De Bruyne to put the ball in the net.
So do you think?
But Vincey, when you play the better teams, that becomes a problem. When talent is equivalent, that becomes a problem.
So how do you judge where Arsenal is? Do we have the talent, or do we not have a system or a manager that's going to allow the team to.
So we have the potential. There's a difference. We have the potential, right? Which is what you can be versus what you are at the moment. So if you think about the team, we need a center forward because he's not good enough to be a center forward. I don't care how many goals he scored. He's not good enough. And that's why Aguero couldn't play in his Pep team because he didn't have all the attributes of the forward that he wanted to play in Pep's team. People don't seem to realize that. Arteta is a brilliant goal scorer, brilliant creating his own goal. He couldn't run anymore. He couldn't get behind defense anymore. He doesn't play the other way when you have to defend. That's why he couldn't play in his team. And people don't seem to realize was how some managers have their system, their teams. And if you don't fit into it, you're a liability in certain aspects of the game. I can't have you. Abba is a liability unless he scores. He can't play in my team. No day of the week. Odegaard, to me, he runs around a lot, but is he decisive enough in the final third, given what he's playing in the 10? I'm not sure he is.
So that's
Arteta loves him.
So that's two players who are 2 out of our 13 that always get games.
Yeah. The other players, look, Saka is a very good player, but to me, hasn't produced enough to warrant starting every week. Smith Rowe is a very good player, but Smith Rowe disappears in games. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's where he's playing in that inside left position, but disappears totally. Who else do we have? So Smith Rowe is playing out left in the formation. Saka right. 2 very young players, great potential. Should they play week in, week out? I'm not sure they should. My center forward is not good enough. If I go in my midfield, Partey has ability, but has been off pace. Lakanga has ability, but against the better teams, looks like a deer in the headlights because he has to play faster. He has to make decisions quicker.
Well last week. I thought Sammy played well.
No, Saka was turning the ball over throughout the game. No, he didn't play well. Look at the stats. Look at his game.
Did he play better than Partey?
Partey didn't play.
Okay.
What's my rating for Partey last week? What's my rating for Partey last week?
Okay, so compared Partey to Sambi, last week, no question. So
but say last week is a small sample size.
No, you can't hold it against Sambi, against Liverpool. He was on his own. He was on the island.
Yeah, and I gave Partey a 0.5 last week, and I gave him that much a bigger grade, 0.5, not 5.5, because the shot he took late in the game that the keeper had made a save on. Otherwise, he got no grade because he was awful, beyond awful. He was a passenger in the park.
You can't hold. I'm not going to mark down Sambi last week. The guy's got potential. He's a young guy coming into the team. Yeah, you would expect Partey to be leading in midfield, and Sambi is leading in midfield over Partey. That's what I'm saying.
I agree, and I think Partey wasn't fit to come back. He was not fit to come back. He probably should have played Maitland-Niles instead.
Yeah,
and who had a man of the match performance 2 games before.
Yeah. So why are they showing me the Norwich game? I don't want to see the Norwich game.
Aren't you scouting?
No, not Norwich. I don't know anyone at Norwich team. See, I'm scouting for players who I like, who I'm used to. I scout Willock at Newcastle to bring him back. I scout St. Maximum to come join my team because he's top 2. I'm kidding about top 2, but he's a very good player, by the way. He's a very good player.
Top 2,
No, I'm just kidding. He's taking it literally.
Oh, dear.
He's top 2 out of 100. Anyway, he's
just a quick one, guys. D Dubs has said man of the match is a toss-up between Tomiyasu and Tavares for him. Both assists, but Tomiyasu made a last-ditch tackle in the first half. I'd give it to Tomiyasu, but to have your fullbacks as man of the match in games like this is a real concern. Now, I don't have a problem with a fullback being man of the match because let's be honest, Trent can easily be the best player for Liverpool if he's on his money. Yeah. And conversely, Kyle Walker can easily be the best player for Man City if he's on his money. So I haven't got a problem where a fullback becomes the best player on the pitch. Ashley Cole, many years, was very close to being top 3 players in our team. Yeah.
But I think what they're saying, Tony, is that in a games like this against a very poor team, you expect your offensive players to shine, right? Not your wingback. Right? So Trent Alexander-Arnold He's an
I was
offensive player.
getting there. I was
Yeah, yeah.
getting there.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
I was
Go ahead.
getting there. Yeah. So I do believe, you know, that the offense showed its toothlessness when you consider that the two best players were Tomiyasu and Tavares for D-Dubs anyway.
But I
that
wouldn't
goes.
consider Tavares to be just a defensive player, though. Tavares is used in a very unique way, right? The way he used Tierney before. Arteta likes his left back, or one of his wing backs, or right or left back, to go forward, who have offensive capability, right? Tierney is to play almost like left wing. And then you have the person playing left wing tucked inside, and you have Xhaka rotate over. That's what he does with Tavares quite a bit. So Lakanga will help to defend in that position, or even Partey if Lakanga goes forward. So I think it's almost like a false left back when we're going forward. I mean, he comes back and defend, but going forward, he plays really far up the line. If you look how he plays, even more so than Tomiyasu.
I don't think. I understand what Dee's saying. I don't think our system. I know where Tierney plays in that position, but today Tavares just if he didn't take the onus in that second half, yeah, I think we'd be talking about a different game. And
Possibly.
again, it leads to me to say that we don't have a system. We're not playing system football. You know, he's taking it upon himself, Tavares, to play that way. I can see Tomoyasu on the right-hand side playing system football, and he's very balanced with both feet. And it's a credit that we've got two fullbacks playing that way today. But I think that, again, they got us out of jail. How they
Yeah.
played was...
And Newcastle had a couple of danger. The shot by Shelby, brilliant
Yeah.
save by the
Great
keeper. And then, as someone mentioned, he blocked Tomiyasu made a last-ditch tackle in the first half. And then we had the ball that went through where we're considering whether or not Wilson was fouled. Almost got an goal. So they had a few moments, but they didn't pose much of a threat actually.
Well, I'm pleased that I've been able to get a scoreline correct, and it's been an Arsenal victory. It's been a while, so
yeah, we do need to create more offense though. Offensive, we're just not creating a ton of chances. We have some good chances today. I mean, Aubameyang missed a sitter. Martinelli miscontrolled the ball. Lacazette over had a poor touch on the ball. So we had a few, but are they enough against a Newcastle team? Will we break the defense down and go in and goal? I'm not sure. We do have to. I don't know. We'll see where the team is. Look, we're in 5th place. We should be complaining. At the beginning of the season, we didn't predict we'd be at this position at this point in the season.
I don't think we're complaining.
Yeah, 13 games in. You know, 1/3 through the season. And
I think we're analysing, guys. I don't think. You know what? A lot of fans turn around and say, you know, people moan, and I don't think we're moaning. I think we're analysing. I don't think anyone's complaining. I think these are points, well analysed points made on how we move in the ball, how we move progression, and what happens for the game. I don't see it as moaning.
Gents, can we move on to
player ratings? I have to run. Yeah.
Anyone want to go first?
Let me think about it. I gotta think about the players. It's hard to judge today. Newcastle didn't offer much.
I'm going to give Ramsdale a 7 today. That save was outstanding. He looked assured. There was one moment where he caused us concern where he didn't come out early, and the defenders had to make a challenge, which could have gone for a penalty, but didn't go. In that instance, we got the rub of the green, but he looked assured in goal. So I give him a 7. Ben White, I'm going to give him a 6.5 today. Ben White. Gabriel, I'm going to give 6.5 as well. They weren't really under pressure that much. Um, yes, St Maximum had pockets where he ran through the team and caused defence, but they did what they needed to do. Um, so it wasn't like we were onslaught on defence in where they were required to pull out a huge amount of challenges. So both of them were 6.5. I give. Um, I'm going to give Tavares. He's going to be my man of the match today. I want to give him. Um, I'm going to give him an 8.5. Tavares. I'm going to give him an 8.5, and I'm going to give Tomiyasu an 8. They both, you know, they made our attack look better on both sides of the flank, um, and they both assisted with assists. And I'm really happy for Tavares because from the last game he stood up, and even Tomiyasu, he got a little bit of criticism for his control. I thought was a bit wayward in the Liverpool game, needlessly in situations. And today he looked assured, so good for them to bounce back well. In midfield, Partey, I really want to give him a 1, but I've been bullied on the panel. I can't give ones today, so I'm going to give Partey a 3. He looks a shadow of a player today. He's got minutes, so he's unscathed from injury, but I'm expecting a leader in midfield, and he's not there right now. But he gets a 3 from me today. Sambi, he gets a 6.5 today. I think he played very well in midfield. Some good passing. He made a beautiful pass over to Saka, which Saka wasn't able to fully connect onto, which was a good chance in the first half. And Odegaard, for me today, I'd give him a 3. I'd give him the same score as Partey. I don't think he was much of a threat. First half, it just looked passive and safe. And we needed an attacking impetus. So Odegaard gets a 3. Smith Rowe, I'd probably give him a 5.5 today. Wasn't one of his better games. I don't think he had a good shot, but I don't think he was used wisely with the ball. As Tony said in the first half, he was very open, and the ball was just not getting to him. And that's something that in midfield the system needs to allow him to get more into the game. And Aubameyang up front, I'd give him a 3 as well. They're all 3 of them, Aubameyang, Odegaard, and Partey could easily have been substituted today. And for me, I'd give Arteta for 2-0 victory today. I'd give him a 5.
Okay, I'll go next, Tony, because I have to run. I'll start with Ramsdale. I give him a 7.5. Again, every game he makes an exceptional save at a minimum. When he's been called upon to be tested, he made one mistake. You alluded to Vinci, which is you have to get the ball on top of the 18 from that deep. No excuse. Can't be planted in your box. He also made another save on a cross, Ryan Fraser's cross, which he tipped over the bar, which was very tricky. So he's been exceptional, frankly, since we bought him, and he's worth the price. He's worth the price of watching him keep, frankly, given how he was besieged and all that was said about him before he was acquired. I mean, he got so much stick without a seeming goal because he got relegated twice, and he was deemed to be at fault for a lot of goals. But he's proving that if you do good scouting, like Kroenke has said about St. Maximum, if you do really good scouting, don't let what you see fool you sometimes, because there's hidden talent there. He's a perfect example of a player who people had denigrated, belittled, and you see him playing a good team, and all of a sudden he's a world beater. It's amazing how that works. But anyway, I won't keep on expounding upon what I've seen. But let's just say I told you so. Going forward, you see St. Maximum in a better team, or when Newcastle can afford to buy players. So, Tony, what are you saying about Ramsdale? Because I wasn't the one besieging Ramsdale. We bought him, All the people were belittling Ramsdale. He's no good. He's this. And all of a sudden, this player has become exceptional. It's amazing how that works, Vinci and Tony. Amazing.
So hold on, Bertram. Can I just interrupt you? Are you going to go on record saying, because you scouted Kante before all of us, and you said Arsenal should have bought Kante? Okay, are you going
I
to go
didn't
on
see Kante in the
record?
French league.
Yeah.
I didn't see Kante in the French league. I only saw
Okay,
him at Leicester.
So
So I
are
can't
you gonna,
comment on Kante.
so are you going to go on record and saying that St. Maximum is going to be the player that Kante is going to end up that Arsenal should have purchased right now?
Yes. Oh, without a doubt, by the way.
Okay.
Wait. But there's one caveat here. What Kante has benefited from, he went to a Leicester team that had good players between the Mahrez and the wasn't it Vardes, right? He went to a team that had good players and they won the league. And he went to Chelsea, a better team, frankly, better setup, and he's kept on from there. And he did it for France, right? Because those teams gave him the think about it. If it was in French league, he would never get into the France squad. You'd never see Kante. He wasn't playing the second division, frankly.
Mm.
Right? Indo Wenger came out and said, well, a friend told him about him that nobody in France wanted, and Leicester bought. So that's an example where the talent is not obvious to the regular eye. So I'm trying to tell you guys this. It's not obvious to the person out there, but the scouts like Frankie see it and can appreciate the talent. But anyway, let me keep going. Stop waxing lyrically about.
There's a timestamp on this. There's a timestamp on this.
Well, there's some players I have to spend time on. So Tomiyasu, I give an 8. I thought he was very good both defensively, but more importantly, offensively going forward. He presented a threat because normally he just defends. Ben White, I give the same grade. You give him 6.5. Gabriel 7.5. Why? Because I didn't see Callum Wilson in the game at all. They were having a physical battle, and he dominated Wilson. Wilson couldn't even get on the ball, couldn't even get near the ball, couldn't sniff the ball because he was dominated by a more physical presence in Gabriel. You didn't see him a lot because we didn't have a lot to do, but he dominated center forward. He should be holding the ball up.
Everybody works here and
Tony, put them. Go ahead.
Is it possible we could just listen to Arteta very quickly?
Okay.
And what I'm saying is that I think he will enjoy to see at least being more around. I know he needed his space, but just being around and having the feeling of how much people love him, I think would be great for him. And the rest, I don't know what is going to happen.
There's plenty of knowledge in that brain as well, isn't there?
Absolutely. Imagine for me, with somebody that has been here 23 years, and I know him well, and time will tell.
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks very much.
I thought Wenger said that he's happy at FIFA, so that's why he's probably not considering Arteta's offer at the moment. He's happy at FIFA, happy what he's doing. He can affect global football, so I'm not sure he'll come back at this point in time, given what the role Arteta's envisioning for him. And I'm sure Arteta must have had discussion internally with upper management before he went public with his comments, frankly. So where was I? Oh, I said Gabriel 7.5. Tavares, I give the same grade you gave him, 8.5. I look, Tavares is a quality player and gives us more than Tierney. Because even though Tierney is an attacking fullback and attacking left back, he doesn't do it with purpose in the final third. His crosses are poor. They're all over the place. And he doesn't set people up to beat them like Tavares does. Tavares is a more complete player. I think Tierney may be a better defender, frankly, but he's a more complete player. I'm not sure he's far off defensively. And he's also pretty quick, so he can recover for his mistakes, though not against the teams like Liverpool. So I gave him an 8.5. In the midfield, I gave Lokonga a 7. I thought he played well. He was on the ball. He won the ball. He made good passes. I thought he played well. He made a brilliant pass to Saka in the first half, which just out of Saka's reach. It wasn't in his reach. His stretch was the ball hit him at the bottom of his feet versus on his foot versus the side of his foot. But that could have been a goal. And that was a chance created. But I thought he played well. Partey did better than last week. I gave him a 0.5 last week. I'm going to do a great thing. I'm going to multiply that by 6. So that's how much he's improved. He's gone from a 0.5 to a 3 this week. So that's a great improvement that Partey has made. That's 6 times what he got last week from me. But Partey has to do better. We know his ability. He has to do better. He just hasn't done well. Odegaard, look, the more I see Odegaard, the more I realize why Real Madrid sold him. Like, what does a player do exceptionally well? Pretty on the ball, smooth, flow, but athletically challenged, not split the defense with his pass, what he's supposed to do, not pinpoint with his passing. He gets a 4. Arteta loves him, but I'm not seeing it. So maybe Arteta, who's a manager, I'm not, can see what I'm not seeing. Smith Rowe, he wasn't in the game. I gave him a 5. He wasn't in the game today. I know we said when he got the ball, he did some things, but he wasn't in the game. I gave him a 5. Saka, he scored. He was a threat with a couple of his crosses. I'm gonna give him a 6.5 today. Thought he was better than last week, but it's against a Newcastle team who's not that good. Aubameyang. So you gave him, Vinci, a 3?
Yeah, I gave Aubameyang a 3.
You're generous. So the only thing he did was help Newcastle not being down nothing in the
He hit the
game.
post, man. He hit the post.
From 3 yards out
He hit
with
the
a ball
post.
that you and I at this age I could still score.
How can you say he did nothing? He hit
Well, you
the
can hit the post with your hand, Vinci. You can hit the post with your hand, Vinci. You hit the post with your hand.
Oh,
You still hit
you're
the post.
ridiculous, man.
Hit the post with a rock, Vinci. You're still hitting the post. We're not hitting the post business.
You're ridiculous, man.
We're not hitting the post business. We're in the score. That's why you're in the field. Okay, here's the thing. Apart from that goal, no. Rebecca, he missed the goals. I'm struggling. Apart from that missed goal, what did he do? Missing the goal. What did he do? So that was a positive for you. So apart from hitting the post from 3 yards out when he had no pressure, what does he do in the game? Did he beat a man? Did he lay the ball off well like a Jerry does? Did he head the ball, win headers? We didn't play the ball in the air too much today, which is interesting given how we played against Liverpool. But what did Aubameyang do in the game to deserve any grade? His grade is NA. For though is NA today, not applicable, or NR, no rating.
Did Aubameyang go offside?
Not that much today, actually. He may have once.
Well, he did well to stay on side.
Okay. Let's revisit that. Let's back up. Rewind. Like DJ would say, rewind.
He did well.
How did Aubameyang help Newcastle? Is what you're saying. How do you help Newcastle? He hit the post. He didn't score. He went outside.
He may have.
He come to the foul actually to get a yellow card. So
Yes.
he was trying to give them a free kick to give them a chance like he did against Liverpool.
Yeah.
What else did he do in the game? It's hard to judge him.
He was as poor as Odegaard. That's why I gave him.
No, he was
3.
poorer than Odegaard. Cause I saw Odegaard in the game making passes, doing a little spin thing, turning around like
chasing down. Aubameyang was chasing down. I'll give him credit. That's why I gave him a 3. If I can't give anybody a 1, I'll give him a 3.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to the reserves. I've talked enough about Abba. He's not. I've been talking about Abba for the last 2-3 years, saying the same thing. It hasn't changed. The same narrative. At some point, when does anybody, all the Abba fans like in AFTV with Robbie and all them, because they're friends with him, when are they going to be objective and say, you know what, he's not the answer? He's awful. His average grade last year was about a 4. Awful. He scored 4 goals this season. I think 2 in 1 game. So we played 13 games now. Ridiculous. No other team would carry a player like that. If Ronaldo was doing this for Man U, they would lose their minds, frankly. But Ronaldo scored in almost a goal a game at about 60 years old, even though he doesn't play defense. So anyway, and I'm going to go to El Neni first. El Neni, no grade because he just got on the field. Martinelli, which is interesting, was brilliant, frankly, in a very short period of time. I gave him an 8, even though he was on the field for a long time. Scored a goal, should have got a penalty, had another chance. He was making himself available, put himself in dangerous position, and deserved more game time. And we'll probably get it if Saka is out. May get more game time, actually. Haven't seen. I didn't give Pepe a grade, by the way, even though you guys thought Pepe played, because you're comparing to St. Maximum. I didn't give Pepe a grade because I don't watch ghosts. I can't see the ghosts. I can't see ghosts. He must be a ghost.
You didn't see Pepe warm up at all during the 90 minutes?
No, you know what? He was warming up, but the camera wasn't on him.
Okay.
So I couldn't see him. I saw him hugging someone when they scored, but the camera didn't focus on him to see how well his warm up was. But I gave him the same grade against Aubameyang.
At least you balanced in your.
Oh, like I said gets a 5 actually. I thought Lacazette came on and was putting his foot in, had a chance. I thought, or have a chance to score.
He missed the sitter worse than Aubameyang. Then again, Aubameyang hit.
No. Aubameyang sitter can't be worse.
Hit the post.
The only worst sitter I've seen missed is Reed from Fulham, who played for Jamaica against the US, and the ball bounced, and he kicked the ball over the bar. It was harder to kick the ball on goal and kick it over the bar. It's like when you saw what's his name, David, Silva from Man City against PSG in the first game, where he scooped the ball onto the bar, which was harder to do than playing the ball on the goal. But anyway, So look, we won. Arteta grade. I give Arteta a 6. We won. Put a team on the field. Didn't do much else. You know what? A 5 is better grade. He didn't do much else. And as you're saying, Vinci, what do we do in training? Because I have no idea. I don't know what we do in training.
Concerning, isn't it?
But the most important thing is we are in 5th position. And at the start of the season, after the first 3 games, we were in 20th spot, no goals for, 9 against, or something in that range. Or was it 7 against? Something in that range. So we lost to Brentford, we lost to Chelsea, we lost to Man City. We were awful. And things that he's gotten his players now, and we're seeing improvement. So can't complain about the record. Can't complain about where we are in the league.
Do you know what I'm gonna say? I think our League Cup squad can do exactly where our first team squad will finish at the end of the season. So we could win the League Cup and finish it, get into Europe in the same position as our league team.
Yeah, but if we're in Europe, it's better than not being in Europe because now we're. So if we're in Europe, Pepe would get game, Martinelli would get game, Balogun would get game. They can't get the playing time to keep on improving their play because we're only in the league and we only have the cup competition to give them game. They can't get game in the regular season. Tony, when you're done, I'm gone. I have to run actually.
Well, I'm actually going to hang out because Apollo has said that he will be back for 3:15. So, Bertram, if you want to shoot off, brother,
I'm going to shoot. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Much,
Take care.
Any last comments? Or that's
yes,
it, yeah?
we're in 5th position. I predict 6. So obviously my vision is spot on so far. And I said the last thing I'm saying is Saint Maximum will be appreciated when he gets in a better team. That's all I gotta say.
Hold on, Bertram. Can you rate St. Maximum today? Because you didn't rate him. I would have thought you would have rated.
I gave the entire Newcastle team an A. No rating for the entire team. The entire team and their manager, because I have no idea what he's playing. What's his name? What's his name up front? Instead of what's the kid name? The Peruvian. Say it again, Tony.
I would have given them all a DNR.
Yeah. Anything you give that says no grade, they should have gotten. By the way, no, I should say this. Shelby did take a shot on goal, which we had to make a brilliant save for. Shelby gets a 1. And Shelby wasn't terrible, frankly. When he had the ball, he played okay. He got a 1.
Well.
The rest of them.
Maximum gets a DNR, yeah?
Yes, he does. I've seen him against better teams, and he actually looks decent. He wasn't around in circle like a kid without a candy today, but he didn't play well at all. So he gets a deal.
Fair play.
All right. Take care, guys.
Be lucky, man.
You too, mate.
Right.
So, so that leads me on to my ratings. I like to use a bit of statistical analysis in my breakdown. So I brought up the who scored stats, which I always find interesting. So just to give you some stats that are highlights from the game, the player with the highest number of shots was Nuno Tavares with 6. None of them went on target. Other than that, the player with the highest number was Emil Smith-Rowe. 4 shots, 1 on target.
He didn't have a bad game. He didn't have a bad game.
I said that. I didn't think he had a bad game. I'm not displeased with his performance today.
No.
And when you score a goal and you win 2-0, I look at passing accuracy. The player with the worst passing accuracy today, interestingly, with only 75% of his passes going to another player, Bukayo Saka.
I would have said Saka straight off, yeah.
And I was shocked because I thought that was going to go to Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. But Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang was only 0.5% higher
than Saka
in terms of his grading. The player whose passing accuracy was the best today at 95% is Gabriel.
Gabriel, yeah, would have been Gab.
Followed very closely at 94% by Albert Sambi Lokonga. The player who played the most key passes, Albert Sambi Lakonga, 6.
Mm.
Nobody else got more than 2. In fact, tell a lie. Tomiyasu got 3.
Mm.
The player with the most touches of the ball, Tomiyasu, 96, followed by Nuno
Very good
Tavares, 95. Yeah. The 2 wing-backs had more touches than any other player in the game.
Mm.
The player after that was Albert Sambi Lakonga, 91. So I like to give those stats because they let me re-enhance some of the things that I've seen. That lets me know that Albert Sambi Lakonga puts himself about.
Mm.
When you compare his stats with Partey, it's clear he's doing lots more. So my marks are as follows. Aaron Ramsdale gets an 8. Clean sheet and a great goal-saving effort. Tomiyasu gets an 8.5. Gabriel gets 7.5. Ben White gets a 7.5. Nuno Tavares gets 9. He's my man of the match.
Mm.
Bukayo Saka gets a 6. Albert Sambi Lakonga gets an 8. Thomas Partey gets a 5. Emil Smith-Rowe gets a 7.5. Martin Odegaard gets a 5. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang gets a 4. Gabriel Martinelli gets a 7.5. And that's the only people I'm going to give marks to. El Neni and Lacazette, I'm not giving any marks to.
Mm.
What's your thoughts, Tom?
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. It's like you look at the game and I think we alluded to the fact where our fullbacks are literally supplementing our attack in a huge way. And that shows what I'm saying. You've got 2 midfielders. One, Sambi is the third person who's making an impact, and he has the most key passes. It's not a case where we're hating on Partey, but it's clear to show that he does not have the impact today. He didn't have the impact today, and head and shoulders, Sambi is that better midfielder right now. That is helping the team, and I'm really pleased for both of the fullbacks because they didn't have. I thought Tavares had a better game against Liverpool than Tomiyasu, but for them to both perform the way they did today after that result last week, I'm really pleased for them, and it shows that we've got ability. We just need to work on a system of play where our 2 midfielders are assisting our fullbacks performing like that. Because if we can do that, that's when we have control of possession against better teams. You know,
But
today
again, I'm gonna defend those 2 centre midfielders because I think the game becomes far easier for them to do that when they have a centre forward or a couple of players ahead of them who are doing stuff.
Yeah.
Very much. So I think the fact that you've got Odegaard with a 5 who sits in the middle and Aubameyang who sits with a 4 ahead of them,
you've got nothing to pass to. You got nothing to pass to, yeah.
No.
And
because
as a manager,
Smith-Rowe and Saka have to stay wide. They need to be width. Then you've got the fullbacks bombing on past them so they can then come in a little bit. But what you're looking for, you're looking something dead centre. You're looking and thinking, what's moving across and what's moving straight?
So then you go back to the manager, and the manager says, okay, what options do you have on the bench? What am I prepared to do? Because if this game had gone on longer and it was still 0-0, what decisions would he have made? Because even though...
And to me, to me, Tone, what we heard on that conference at the end of the game shows me I don't know what to do. That's what he's telling you. I
And
don't
this
know
is
what
what
to do. Please, Mr. Wenger, please come and help me.
and this is what I've been saying for a long time. It's not about hating on Arteta. It's okay when you're talking about the brains of a player who can see certain things. And
Three clean sheets in a row as well, and today it's a home match for them
Sorry.
against Millwall.
yeah, and I remember Arteta as a player. I'm looking, I'm thinking, all right, from what you played under with Arsene Wenger, when you came to Arsenal, what Arsenal were doing before you came, I'm looking and thinking, how are you taking our football from an attacking perspective forward? I'm not seeing enough natural triangles and movement from players supporting from midfield, from attack, to show willingness to allow us to play our natural passing football. So it goes back to now ISO football, where when we look at Pepe and fans used to get frustrated with Pepe because he's dribbling too much. Well, look what happened today. If Tavares didn't play the way he played, if Tomiyasu didn't play the way he played today, we would have been struggling against a bottom of the table team. That's concerning for me because we don't have any system of play. And there isn't an argument in my eyes to say Arteta hasn't been there long enough to develop that. You're on mute, sorry, bud.
Sorry. So in response to that, my feeling is you're trying to create some style of play, but you've got the wrong cog in the jigsaw. You're trying to fit a round circle in a square place.
Yeah.
And that round circle is Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. He's a asset, but not for our team. So I had a conversation yesterday about the impact of Ronaldo at Man United, and literally was berated by everybody on that conversation, who said the problem with United is you bought Ronaldo and he breaks up and he destroys all the work, the hard work that you've done prior to his arrival, and now the team look in tatters. Yeah, and I'm saying, but wait, if Ronaldo doesn't score the goals he scores, being the player that he is, then you're in an even worse position.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, when Ronaldo plays, it's not like he's keeping out another world-class striker. Cavani is good, but he ain't no Ronaldo. The other player who's not getting a look in because Ronaldo is there is Anthony Martial. So, sorry, but that geezer scored about 2 goals the last season.
But Tony, to your point, it's the same thing I'm saying about Solskjaer. They're both the system of play. We're talking about people are focused. I've seen 18 is saying I was a bit harsh because Arteta has us tied for 4th. We get in too focused on the position in the league. You know, people forget Solskjaer finished 2nd last season. Yeah, he finished 2nd last season. Where is he now? He's sacked. So let's not focus on the position, but it's how your team is playing football. Where's your identity that's going to allow you to remain or continue moving forward? Because if you don't have an identity on the ball, your league position can evaporate quite easily. So, you know, when you say I think Ronaldo's a great player. You use that analogy to compare where's our identity from attacking position and saying Aubameyang doesn't suit our play. But we've got the problem because if Aubameyang doesn't suit our play that Arteta wants to play, Lacazette doesn't suit it totally because he doesn't have the fitness. So then who does he go to? He's not going to Martinelli. He's not going to Nketiah. He's not going to Balogun. He's not even going to use Pepe in that position where we said that he can possibly be an attacking prowess to use as an outlet. So then what does the manager do? Again, we're going back to it. The system he's looking to play with the players he has is a huge challenge from game to game. And it's not just against the top teams, it's against teams at the bottom, because we saw it today. We didn't have a system of play today. It looked very pedestrian. And I can see why he's called on Wenger, because in one sense, to me, that's almost undermining you as a manager and your tactics and what you want to impose on the team, to then bring a legend like Wenger for the players to listen to, because you're constantly in contact with him week to week, and that's great. But to have him having a real hands-on, it's concerning. But I think something needs. We've always said Arteta needs a strong number two.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I wanted to let me get onto these comments from the chat.
Yeah, 18 was saying something. 18 was saying,
18's got his ratings up in a go. I'm just backtracking a little bit. Okay, so this is from D Dubs, who says our attackers look a yard off, Tone. That's the difference. Then he goes on. Tavares plays with zero respect, like I said previously. I agree the system is dire, and it was more an individual effort that changed the game. He then continues, D-Dubs, Aubameyang is past it, and why bring on El Neni when he's away in January and halfway out the door? Just bring on Ainsley Maitland-Niles. Totally agree with you, D-Dubs. Gerard B, good day, guys, and never step forward. Yeah, absolutely. So, you know what? It's nice that we've won our game early Saturday morning. My son won his game just before that, so I've had 2 wins today already.
nice.
My 5 o'clock game is FSU against Florida State. Florida State against University of Florida, which is on BT Sport 3. So, Tony, if you want to watch that game,
Yeah, I've got BT Sports, so I'll
BT
I'll watch it
Sport 3
5 o'clock.
kickoff is 5 o'clock.
Okay.
My cousin is number 0 for FSU, the running back, Jay Sean Corbin. So that's my 3rd game of the day that I'll be watching with personal investment in the result. And then tomorrow, of course, you and I will probably be watching the Dolphins play the Texans. Is the Texans tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah, Texans, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, good day. That's a definite for me. The weekend can't get any worse.
Yeah, it's good.
Because
It's
I got
nice.
2 wins already, and my son scored 2, so I'm already up.
Whoa, bad man.
Yeah. So that's another step forward, and yeah, absolutely right, Gerard. That is a step forward, because you know what, we came off a winless weekend, and we've returned back to winning form and a clean sheet. More, very, very importantly, because look, they're going to be important for us going forward. D Dubs then comes back in. Had Saka not got injured, Mikel would have kept him on, and we would have been talking about a different result. I'm not so sure, but I'm glad. I'm not glad he's got injured, but I am glad Martinelli got some time. I'm frustrated that Pepe isn't also getting a look in. D Dubs continues. Great ratings thus far, gents. Guys, you're strong. Your strong end. Eat some food, crack open a few cold ones, sit back and watch the rest of the fixtures. Bless up. See you Thursday. Peace out to you, D Dubs. Thank you very much for tuning in. Aubameyang, Apollo's on his way back. He's just typing as he would be with us shortly. Aubameyang had 3 very good passes into the final third today. Pressed better in the second half, but his scoring touch was the kiss of death. He's getting a 2 from me. Well, that's your boy. Apollo then continues, Martinelli did more in a few minutes than Aubameyang in 70, which is absolutely correct, because I think they both had the same number of shots, and they both had the same number of shots on target. But of course, Martinelli scored his 1 on target. Does a shot against a post count as a shot on target?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
True.
Victor, nice to see you tune in, Victor. I am sure Alba would have missed score the Martinelli goal. 18 says Bertram is a sourpuss. And then I've got 18's ratings. So I'm going to fire away with that. Ramsdale gets an 8. Ben White gets 6.5. Gabriel gets 7.5. Tomiyasu got 7.5. Tavares got 8. Looking around that makes him the man of the match for 18. Thomas Partey got 1. Wow. Bro. I don't see how you give a player on a 2-0 winning side a 1. Sammy got 6. Odegaard got 3. Smith Rowe got 3.
Wow.
18.
He had a header that was saved. He had a shot that was deflected, that was going in. Wow.
Okay. And then you're going to say that he gets a 3, but Saka gets a 7. Wow. Aubameyang got a 1 and Arteta got 7. So that's a wide range of scoring. Bear with me. Take over, Tone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, at the end of the day, you look. I'm listening to these ratings, and everyone's got a different view and appreciation of the game, and it's all right. Yeah, sometimes you bring up the stats, and the stats lead to a different perspective. And this is the great thing about everyone contributing and putting in their ideas. And there's no real wrong answer here, and that's why we all love the game. We all want different things from the game. And at the end of the day, as Tony has said, and I've said during the commentary, for the result that came last week, it is great that we had a clean sheet today. We got the victory. So there's a lot of positives that should go around with the players who played today and from fans who are actually watching the game. And that trumps everything. That trumps everything at the start of what we should get out of the game. The performances of players is what we're talking about now, individually. And, some fans could say you're being harsh, but we can rate them based on, as I say, we have got a 2-0 victory. And the performances last week, we're talking about the performances today. So all the ratings are all relevant and recognised. To your back?
Yeah, I'm back, buddy.
Oh, but
so yeah, what you're saying is right. Everybody, we appreciate your ratings. If anyone else wants to put some ratings in, feel free. So 18. Did you read that bit, Tom? Don't matter.
No, I haven't read anything. I know you have. You've got your thing there. Cool. I'll allow you to do that.
Okay, so 18 continued. Don't matter where he is now. 2nd was their target. 6th is our target. Arteta is where he needs to be, yet it's not good enough. This is the problem with our fan base, as Apollo keeps saying.
I'm not. You know what? I'm hearing a lot of things. People saying the problem with us, our fan base. Me personally, we have other problems with our fan base, and I don't think this is the biggest thing. I think people at various different levels want us to be performing better in the games. They want to see certain players getting more of a balanced run out, especially with the fact that we don't have Europe. So, we're looking how we're playing as a team, how players are getting minutes, and if players are getting minutes and they're not performing, we're looking and saying, okay, what other opportunities can they have? Because at the end of the day, this club has to make some tough decisions at the end of this season based on our finishing position that's going to allow us whether or not we're going to play Europe, but also the fact of players' contracts. And I think, Tony, you may be quite clued up with the amount of players who possibly could be leaving at the end of the season, and that's a big concern to fans. So I don't think a fan base are a problem when they have this mindset of what's going to happen at the end of this season, to push the team forward in the decisions that the club has to make in recruitment. Because if they don't do this, we're not really moving forward as a club. What's your thoughts on that, Tom?
Yeah, you know, Arsenal's transfer policy is a shambles in that we are in a situation where we have a lot of deadwood still. To this day, we have a lot of deadwood. You know, we've got players out on loan who are, you know, surplus to requirement, and you're just looking and thinking, what are you doing? If you ain't, you know, are you going to bring Saliba back? Is Guendouzi got any option of a possible comeback with the club? So yeah, there's lots of variables in play at the moment where you think to yourself, well, you know, this club is a bit of a laughing stock at the moment with relation to recruitment, but it's also done some good business with some very young players. I'm just gonna sit and wait and watch it. To be honest, there's nothing I can do
to change it. Yeah,
put pressure or generate any kind of, you know, force on this club to do or not to do. But you know, we know that we now need to look at two strikers, because in my opinion, Lacazette and Aubameyang have now got to be moved on. We have to start doing stuff with the players we have that are showing that they can do stuff, like Martinelli, like Pepe, like Saliba. We need to be bringing those guys in and making sure that they're close enough that this is not an 11-man game. This is a sport where you need a 16-man squad at bare minimum.
and
So
we're
that when a
right now
man
we're
drops
functioning
out
on
with an
about
injury,
13. We're functioning
Yeah.
on about 13 right now, aren't we?
that's right. So you've got to know that when a man drops out, next man up is doing just as good a job. You know, I'm loving that Tavares and Tierney right now are two very good left backs. You know, Tavares to me could play right back. He's that right-footed. He's both-footed. He could play right back and left foot. It's interesting because you look at today and you go, you didn't have Cedric on the bench. You had Holding, but you didn't have Cedric. So what I'm actually doing is, or I'm saying Arteta is doing, is I'm actually now going to say, I don't need him any longer. I don't need Cedric. I don't know if he's injured, but to me, that looks like the optics looks like Cedric is no longer is excessive to my requirements, because I just need to have Tavares, Tierney, and Tomiyasu. Yeah, Tavares covers both sides of those pitches.
And Cedric's got 2 years left on his contract, hasn't he?
God knows why.
What's it say about Ainsley Maitland-Niles today?
I really don't know what they're thinking, because to me, El Neni is the closest to the door, but you play him ahead of Ainsley Maitland-Niles. When Partey is playing as poorly as he played today, Ainsley Maitland-Niles is the player you should be looking to say, you know what, come in and make a difference in the middle of the park. Not El Neni. So, work in progress. But I'm most worried about his statement about Wenger, because that tells me I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what else to do.
Do you know what? I didn't really hear too clearly what he said, but from what I read in the comments midweek, he said he wants him to have an impact, more of an impact with the players. Now, I'm concerned about that because you know, he's from the personal of what we've heard about Arteta, and we know he wants to stamp his authority. It's his way or the highway, and he's got that to a degree. And to his credit, we're in a position where we are in the league. He's turned things around with our defense. He's gone out and bought his players. How much impact do you think Arsene Wenger can have on the team without him overstepping the mark?
I think it's difficult. I mean, you know, this is a strong character that you're asking to come back in and help you. How do you earn respect from a guy whose achievements just are so large that you're going to turn around and say, well, actually, Gaffer, I'm the Gaffer, but I just want you to do this task and nothing else.
It's hard. And do you know what? I want Arteta to succeed in this. I want Arsenal to succeed in this in the right way. And if Arteta's going and saying this, what does that say about, and I've always said this, what does this say about the direction the club want to go forward? Because I know they've left it down to Arsenal when he wants to return. But this direction isn't coming from above. So again, it leads me to saying, okay, well, what from above? Where do you guys want Arsenal to go? Because Arteta's doing his part on the pitch, and the recruitment with Edu and Vinay and with Arteta, how does the Arsenal as a club see Arsene Wenger coming back to help the team? And if that's not coming from above, sorry, I said I cannot tell you now, but what I can say that I would like him to be much closer personally to me, because I think it would be great help, and it would be a great help for the club.
So, I mean, it's just, you know,
Apollo's. I'm just going to read out what Apollo's saying here. And 18, I think 18 was saying, for me, Smith Rowe was a letdown today. So was Odegaard. Apollo says, if we bring in two strikers, what happens to Martinelli? Apollo then says, Tony and Vinci, when we are back in Europe, we will need more cover. And Apollo finally says, Vinci, if Wenger can find a Kante, then job done. But Apollo, if you're saying if Wenger can find a Kante, I thought that's part and parcel of what Edu's role is in the scouting, and working alongside Arteta, and they went out and did a very good job in the players they brought in. So, are you saying that the scouting that Edu's doing is not on par, or he needs more help or assistance in that? What's your thought on that, Tony?
I just think he needs now. He needs help. It's clear from the way the Arsenal set up, the way we play, that they're in need of someone to help them.
Do you think that Arsenal, and this could be something that we probably haven't talked about, that Arsenal are not getting the look-in when it comes to scouting players, whereas we had before, obviously with the connections that we had. So it actually makes it difficult in negotiations with some of these players, where a Wenger type figure could actually help and push us forward in actually, you know what, if Arsene Wenger's scouting for Arsenal and he's selecting me, then you know what, I'm gonna choose Arsenal over some of the other targets, because maybe we have missed out on targets because of that type of figure or presence hasn't been there in the negotiations.
I mean, the first point I would make to that is Arsene Wenger towards the end of his career, especially, not so much at the beginning at Arsenal, but his choice of players and the system of picking players was pretty poor. You know, let's not forget he brought in some of the worst players we've seen. You know, your King Kallstroms, your Mikel Silvestras. Yeah, he made some pretty renounceable buys in his time at Arsenal.
Some unforgiving.
Yeah. In terms of who is a player looking at when they come to join a club, well, in my eyes, you're looking at the club, and most importantly is you're looking at where that club is going. So if I look at Arsenal and you're running eighth in the league, then I'm probably not going to be as enthused as if you've gone 8th, 6th, 5th. Because the next step from 5th is 4th, 3rd, 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can be the catalyst, because that's what they're going to say is, I'd like you to come to our club because you can see our roadmap and our trajectory. You are the player potentially to take us to the next step. So 4th, 3rd, 2nd is on the road to number 1. So I think to me, it's always going to be the club. But then I'm saying that as a fan. I'm a fanboy. I'm a fan always. You know, that's going to be, you know, the way I think. Now, do footballers think that anymore? I think there was a time when we could have gone to anybody and said, you know what? Just tell anybody, listen, Arsenal, they're knocking on the door. Yeah. Sign the thing.
So
I think
look at Sambi. Take Sambi as an example. Last season we weren't going anywhere, but they had the Euros, and this year we're going to have the World Cup. But we got a player in the likes of Sambi, who was a captain. So just look at that and the ability that Sambi has. Yes, we got Odegaard, but he played for us last season. But we got Sambi over. Probably he could have gone anywhere in Europe. So
Yeah.
I do think the ability to have somebody who's going to get game time, who can actually make a difference. You know, yes, we had Xhaka, and most fans would have thought Partey and Xhaka would have been our midfield this season. Yes, Xhaka's gone out injured, but Sambi's now shown himself to good effect. So he's now taking his opportunity and claim where he can now be a bona fide player, and hopefully he gets a good enough run in the team that can make an impact to get into the Belgium squad. Because I believe fans, I believe players look, hey, can I play for this club? Can I be successful? And can I get into my national team?
Mm.
And I think if those 3 things are possible and I believe in myself, then and the price is right and the negotiations are right, then you're going to get a good player.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Welcome back, Apollo. Sound. I'm gonna have to leave you soon, guys. So I'm gonna leave the 2 of you. But yeah, you know, at the end of the day, Arsenal are a work in progress for me, and they've shown this summer something that I hadn't seen for a while. Because basically, what you did was you went and bought 6 players.
Yeah,
and all 6
can
are
play.
contributing to the play. Literally, all 6 play today.
And not basic level. We're not basic level. We're talking. We're playing that making a difference.
Difference makers, yeah.
Difference, yeah.
So it means that, you know, look, some of the players now need to be considered surplus to requirement. And and that, you know, our intentions January are going to be interesting, because what do you do in January? Are you just casting aside some of the players? Is Arsenal going to do any business? Because obviously we know January is not a good time to buy players. We're not really going to get the pick of the crop. The summer is going to be the time where it becomes very interesting. And so, you know, it will be interesting at some point. Can you hear us, Apollo?
I can hear you. You're not coming through my headphones for some strange reason. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Loud
can hear
and
you.
clear.
Okay, all right. As long as there's no humming in the back, then that's okay.
Yeah, no, sounds clear. So yeah, I'm going to have to shoot off soon, Apollo. But what I was going to say is, I think, you know, at some point in time, we're going to start looking at the January transfer window. And at that point, we'll also start looking and saying, right, okay, who's going out the door in January? Who's going out the door in the summer? Something else that just made me think is we also have the African nations coming up in January. So again, this is an interesting time, because Arteta has a month to prepare the players who are going to stand in to be ready to do that.
Yeah.
You know, so he's got to be going and thinking, well, you know what? If I can get Maitland-Niles more play time, to me, I'm giving him that time, because El Neni's gone anyway.
Yeah.
And then he's at the African nations, right? Yeah, parties at the African nations. So you're literally left with Xhaka, Maitland-Niles, and Sambi. Sambi's not going, is he? Is Sambi going? I can't remember. So we'll be looking at a midfield and going, right, who's filling in? Next man up. But yeah, guys, been great. As I said, the weekend for me has started lovely. I'll catch up with you guys soon. Tomorrow, hopefully, boys, the Dolphins will get win number 3 on the road.
Yeah.
Apollo, we're on BT Sport 3 today at 5 o'clock, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching it.
Because I know that's your Gators, right?
Yeah. I'm going to be watching it.
Yeah, so you got a vested interest. So, yeah, great speaking to you all, guys, and I'll see you guys soon.
Big up, Tom. Take care, boy. Nice one. What's going on, Apollo? You good?
Yeah, I'm doing good, Vincy. I was listening to you and Tony talking while I was in the car driving back. Very, very good, interesting conversation. A lot of talking points that you lot was bringing up. Also, thank you to everybody who was tuning into the stream. I'm just looking at the language and the stuff that was going on. So big shout out to everybody. Thank you very much, Lisa. Love of my life. Yes. Thank you very much, wife. Big shout out to you,
Lisa. Love, blessings.
Yeah, Lisa will be at the Women's FA Cup final along with myself, Michelle Guna. My daughter Layla's going to be there. Ebony's going to be there as well. So we'll all be enjoying that as well. But let's talk about the player ratings first of all, because I know the stream's gone over for 3 hours. It does save me a little bit of work when I get back, so I don't have to worry about doing too much edits on my videos. Aaron Ramsdale, I'm giving him a 7.5. He had nothing to do for half an hour, but the save from Shelvey, I mean, he seems to be pulling out these unbelievable saves. I mean, we've got something like 6 clean sheets in our last 10 games thanks to this guy, and he just refuses to be beaten. When you have that mentality that you refuse to be beaten, it gives your team another dimension. It didn't have the most, how shall I say, effective game distributor, and that's because Newcastle set out to really disrupt our play today. In the first half, they nullified Smith Rowe. Their job was to basically nullify Smith Rowe, Aubameyang and Partey, and they did just that. That's what they achieved, and you've got to give credit to Newcastle for that. The thing about Newcastle is, and I know we're here to critique Arsenal, and it's always our fault and never the other team's fault. And I always try to bring a balance to that in my assessment of the games and reviews. I always try to give credit to the other team. And I think I've seen Newcastle play a lot this season, and they never put as much effort in as they did today. If anything, for Eddie Howe, he's got that team turning up, and that's definitely going to improve. They've got Norwich and Burnley next, so we're definitely going to see how that works out. But overall, I think they worked us hard. They outworked us in the midfield in the first half, and that was very difficult for us to deal with. But we couldn't have played any worse in the first half. I mean, it was some really horrible performances. But Aaron Ramsdale, he gets a 7.5. Tomiyasu, I thought, was exceptional today. He was more involved forward than he's ever been for a long time. And normally he's been sort of playing a very base game beyond the halfway line, which we've seen Bellerin do many times before. But today he committed himself forward, which he did in his first 2 games for us against Norwich and Burnley. And it's just a delight to see that Tomiyasu can give you so much going forward. I have talked about him and Saka being too hesitant in possession before, and it's nice to see he's broken out of that and he's a lot more confident. As he gets more games with this team, he seems to just be playing more confident going forward. But his offensive qualities are there, man. The lovely pass to set up Martinelli, Theo Walcott would have been proud of that. Walcott was getting those kind of passes on a daily. And to see that he just put that one over, broke the defense, put it just in the right space so the goalie couldn't get to it, and then Martinelli's quality finish. Brilliant. Brilliant from Tomiyasu. And Tomiyasu would have actually got man of the match for me if it wasn't for Tavares' performance, which brings me on to Tavares. Tavares gets an 8.5. Just an amazing game today. The only thing that I could dog him out is for the recklessness in some of his shots. I thought some of his shots were Thomas Partey-esque from last season. And he has to learn to refine his game in the final third. This guy is so dangerous. They couldn't mark him. And in the second half, he moved to the central spot and gave Smith Rowe more of an onus on the left-hand side. But Tavares was left. He was in the middle. He was everywhere. And he was a threat. They couldn't live with him. And one time, he completely outran a guy in the second half, and they had to give a yellow card because the guy had to bring him down. Otherwise, he was straight through and on goal. And he's 2-footed. He'll do it with the left or the right. He can play right back as well as left back. This guy is an asset to the team. I don't know how you drop him for Kieran Tierney at this point. I really don't know. And kudos to the manager for giving him. I talked about this in the pre-game assessment on the team sheet. Kudos to Mikel Arteta. That is what you call man management. The fact that he had a horrible performance last week and he didn't shock his confidence by leaving him out. He put him right back in. And what happens? He's man of the match. I mean, fantastic by the manager. But just the way he kept plugging away after 85 minutes, 80 minutes, he was still running hard, plugging away, working hard, showing no fear, no respect for Newcastle. Just brought so many different elements to the team. Brilliant. Fantastic. Just a player who desires so much from his own performance. And I can't say enough about him. Gabriel, really, I mean, where was Newcastle's attackers today? He just nullified everybody on the front line. And that is just down to him. When the game started, I sent a message to you guys saying, Gabriel, box office. Because every time he faces someone like St. Maximin or, Callum, every time he faces somebody of worth, he just steps up to the plate. And that's why I want him to go up against Jota last week and all of them man there and Salah. And many times I saw Salah run at Gabriel 4 times, one-on-one duels, and Gabriel just stomped him out. I mean, this guy is it. If he's not the centre-back, which is judged by the Premier League right now, he's top 3 in the Premier League. Sorry, guys. Gabriel is top 3 centre-back in the Premiership right now. That's where he is. And I just love what he can do and what he's doing with his team. Saka, I'm actually going to give him a 7. I thought he was sloppy in the first half, still giving passes away, but he started to improve. There was one bit on the right where he got the ball. He had 2 men pressing him, and he puts the ball right through them and runs past them. And that's the type of thing that we used to see him seeing. When he done that, it seemed like he gained confidence. He started switching out. Do you remember? He actually scored the goal when he was on the left-hand side. So he was switching from right to left. Tavares was switching the middle. There were times that Newcastle didn't know what was going on. The triangular play and overlaps was just confusing them. And that's just due to the pressure that the wing-backs were bringing in this team. But Partey was barely involved. He was barely involved. I'm giving him a 4. Sambi was the guy who was running the show in the middle. And Sambi, I'm giving a 7.5. What a performance from Sambi. One of Arsenal's best players of the day. And would have got man of the match had it not been for the wing backs. Just a testament to the character of the young players on this team. Yeah? Just a testament to the character of these young players. His passing was exceptional. Took up some really good positions, finding space off the ball. Some of his distribution was outstanding. Brilliant from Sambi today. I probably should have given him an 8, to be honest. Actually, if I can change that score, I probably would be an 8. Smith Rowe, very leggy, marked out of the game in the first half, but grew into the game in the second half as it came along, had a chance with a header and just looked a little bit more involved, but we didn't get a full 90 minutes out of him. Not one of his best performances. Aubameyang, I'm going to give Aubameyang a 4. I thought that in the second half, his work rate sort of stepped up a little bit. I thought, unlike Bertram, I am seeing that he's playing balls forward and you know, those Giroud type of layoffs, he's continuing to do those every week. But it's just that as a striker, he's just so sloppy scoring goals. I mean, he couldn't do anything right scoring today. Missed the chance of the season. And this goes along the penalty that he missed a couple of weeks ago. Just not very good at the moment. And when you have somebody like Martinelli and Nketiah in the wings, it's a shame that they have to sit on the bench in frustration to watch these performances coming from our captain. And it's just a shame. But I'm going to give him a 4. Well, I said a 2. I changed my mind and gave him a 4 because I thought that he did do a little bit more than what the guys were saying that he did. Martin Odegaard, average performance. You know, he's been dropped for a few games, as we know, for Lacazette. You come in today, you want to make a statement, and I don't think he really made a statement today. He did grow into the game as well, but some dreadful touches from him, some poor passing. At times, just sitting back and just not being involved. And as I said, it's extremely frustrating because this is the future of the team. The reason why I wanted him to start today is because, unlike Lacazette, he's actually part of our future. He's part of the process. And at some point, yes, it's nice Lacazette's playing well, but this guy is a guy who you have to integrate into what's going on. And so I felt it was the right thing to do to start him today. But unfortunately, I thought he was average. And yeah, Lacazette, I thought Lacazette was okay. Yeah, I thought he was okay. Didn't give you the same as what we'd expect from him before. So I went with a 5 from him. And Arteta, I'm giving Arteta a 6. And I'm so happy, guys, that we are tied for West Ham for 4th and 5th place. I was somebody who said that we were going to finish 8th. And we are here now because of the manager. That's why we're here. With all the changes that are going on, the players that he's brought in, the system that he's implemented, all of the changes, the substitutions and everything. And I know some might say, but Martinelli wouldn't have got on if it wasn't for Saka, but then Saka scored the first goal. So, you know, you might be right for the second goal, but yes, it's a change he had to make. For me, still very frustrated that Pepe's not on the field. If Saka goes off and Pepe doesn't come on, then now you're a bit worried. But Martinelli, man, what an introduction. Delightful balls and connection with Tomiyasu, and just the ball coming over his shoulder and that amazing finish. Just brilliant. Just absolutely brilliant. Still frustration. I know some of the guys were frustrated about El Nene coming on or not, and I agree. I do agree. I don't know what that's all about. And it's not like Niles is playing for England or anything like that. Niles needs as much games as possible. You ain't going to learn nothing. I'm a big El Nene fan, as you guys know, but he's out the door in the new year. So we ain't going to learn nothing from him. What we need to do is invest in the guys that are going to be here moving forward. But those are my player ratings, guys. And my overall assessment is, I think it's easy to be subjective in our performances, but we have to bring this back to the fact that our goal is to get in the top 6, and if we can, top 4. That's our goal. And right now, we're on point to do that. So we have to remain positive as an overall bird's eye view of the situation. We have to remain positive. And I think my advice to some of you guys out there that still have a lot of questions with this team is only think that what you're saying could improve us even further. The things that I'm hearing from the forum and on this panel means that we can still get better, and that can only be good. That can only be a good thing, that some of these points are being pointed across. I don't think there's any wrong answer or question or criticism of the team. I think everything should be justified, but we're still growing. I believe this is now officially the 10th game. You know, I kept saying we ain't even played 10 games yet with this team. We ain't even played 10 games yet. This is the 10th game. This is number 10. This is game number 10. So we can sit here now and assess the fact that we've actually had 10 games together and the team is continually growing. And it's great that we're tied West Ham. And the team still has a long way to go, guys. A long way to go. I see some of the stuff today, like I mentioned, Tavares just shooting wildly out of nowhere. And when they go back and they look at the footage and they study film and all of that, that's the things that are going to improve. He's 20 years old. What I'm looking at now is, what is Tavares going to be like in 2 years when he's 22? Vincey, what is this guy going to be like when he's 22?
I was about to ask. I was just listening to you talk, and I was just saying that do fans now change their perspective of the young players in this team? Because I've always been an advocate. This team has players, even before in the transfer window, that could play football. Now, with those who have come in, you're mentioning Tavares at 20 years of age. Look at the performance he did today. Yes, the shooting was wild, but the talent that we have at Arsenal Football Club it just needs to be honed. And that will come in time, but we have some players that can play football. You know, Tavares, I'm looking at his body strength, and I'm looking at the difference between him and Tierney. And today, you know, he was able to match St. Maximum in areas where, you know what, sometimes Tierney would get knocked off the ball and his pace would, St. Maximum's pace would cause Tierney a lot of problems. Tavares was able to match him. And this is, you look on the other side, Tomiyasu was able to do the same. So it's like the versatility to have that at a club is key. You know, it's key that you said Tavares possibly could play on the right hand side. It'd be interesting because there's another player that we haven't mentioned who has played very well at right back, played well at centre back, is Callum Chambers.
Yeah.
Balance in reserve in those positions, and we haven't mentioned Cedric, and we haven't mentioned Bellerin.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about them, and I did want to pick it up, which is why I kept saying to you, I'm 15 minutes away, I'm 10 minutes away, I'm 5 minutes away, because we have to, when we mention these names that you guys are talking about, I still think that it's important to have them in the mix, and I include Pepe in that as well. And the reason why I say that is because this year is a bit of an anomaly because we are only playing once a week. But next season, if we get back into Europe, it's nice having a starting 11 now and us having conversations about Tierney against Tavares, Saka and Pepe, and then Odegaard and Lacazette. But next season, we're gonna be back to 2 games a week, or sometimes even 3 games a week. So we know that then it's important for the players who you've mentioned just now. It's important for us to understand that they still have a role to play in the team. Some of them obviously are going to be out of contract. I know, I get that. But it's important for Arteta to understand that some of the guys like Cedric Soares still have a role to play in a team once we're back up to playing 65 odd games a season. At the moment, we're probably looking at playing maybe 45, 46, 7 games a season at the moment right now, which is way less than what we was previously playing before, considering where we are and out of Europe. So normally with a busy season, it's 60 games plus. That's normally with a good season, getting far in the cup games and playing in Europe. But at the moment, this season, it's very difficult because there's 45 to 50 games we're going to play if we're lucky, this season. So you don't really need that much of a big squad for it. But those guys will come back into play again. Again, Callum Chambers is another player who's out of contract. So, what's going to happen with him? Other teams are desperate for centre-backs. And, it's going to be one of those things. But at the same time, Vincey, look at our academy. Mark McGuinness and Aziz and all those guys coming up. There's going to be a place for them so that they can prove. And, and again, young Charlie. There's going to be a place for them in the first team, first 25-man roster, so that they can break into the first 11 as well. So it can be very interesting times ahead, and I love all this. Me and transitional teams, I love it. It's part of my favorite. People might not like the fact that we're not doing very well, but me, I like that jump from nowhere to somewhere. It's some of my most exciting times as a fan for various different teams over the decades. I've enjoyed it the most, and I'm enjoying it now. I'm enjoying seeing this team grow, and these boys will become men, and I just love that. I loved it when it was with Nasri, Fabregas, and the Three Musketeers that we had back in the Wenger days, and all those young players trying to sort of get back in the when they played Chelsea at the Millennium Stadium in the League Cup, and they lost 2-1, and Walcott scored that goal.
Great feeling as a fan to watch your team having these youngsters go up against a first team Chelsea and perform the way they went. That's again, and I think that goes back to what we experienced with George Graham when he had the nucleus of youth that he allowed to come through with a style of football that was able to go and wrestle the league away from Liverpool. We went in that League Cup. We didn't expect Arsenal to, we had Charlie Nicholas up front. We didn't expect to win that League Cup. And from there, it transformed our fortunes. We went out, got Wrighty, got Smith, and look what happened. We were a formidable team. Limpar on the wing, Merson, Kevin Campbell banging in goals. It was like, it was exciting times as an Arsenal fan. And there's something that youth brings where you have that raw passion and ability. That's when it gets nurtured, it lifts the whole stadium, because everybody can identify these players have the Arsenal DNA within them, and that's
and what I like about today was my biggest concern. Not me. I'm talking for the whole 101, whole community. The whole community's concern this week in the forums was, how was last week's loss going to affect us? And the first half was a very, very poor performance. And when I did the halftime assessment down the stairs, Tanner, as I normally do on my vlogs, that was a big concern for me. And I said we were all talking about this because we were concerned about it, and our concerns were valid because it wasn't a good performance. But coming out of that, the second half was what we expected. But I just want to talk about, before, I know I've got this penalty on here which we need to talk about, but this is leading up to the penalty. This Arsenal team is a very physical side. With Gabriel at the back, Ben White, with Tomiyasu, 6'2" Tomiyasu, 6'1" Tavares. I mean, the Callum Wilson issue, was it a penalty? No, it wasn't. I know a lot of people are talking about it on the radio and everything. It was not a penalty. And I'll tell you why, because the rule book says that if you have a barge shoulder to shoulder, notice, that's the text word, shoulder to shoulder, is not a foul. There was no hands, no holding, no feet tangled or anything like that. It was shoulder to shoulder. So by the rule book, that deems that the challenge Tavares had on Callum Wilson was not a penalty. So I just want to get that out there for everybody on Twitter who's listening, or anybody who listened to the radio. or BT Sports. It is not a penalty. By the rule book, it defines it very, very clearly. And you can look at the replays, it is shoulder to shoulder. But I just want to say that Callum Wilson is a very physical forward, just like St. Maxim. And Tavares, 6'1" Tavares, just brushed him away like he weren't even there. Just boom, one hit on the shoulder. This guy, Tavares.
Can I just say, I know you've got this caption up there, but it's a very good caption to put because you've explained the rule book 100% correctly. So let's flip it. Was it a penalty on Martinelli?
To be honest with you, I want you to answer that, and I'll say why. Because they didn't show a replay in the stadium, so I have not seen it again. But
Okay.
it looked like to me that it was the elbow, the arm went up, and it was high. So that's why I thought it was a penalty. I think I mentioned it in the chat. That's why I said to you, I said, Tony and Vincey, was that a penalty? Because I couldn't see it. I didn't have the benefit of a replay where I was in the stadium, which is frustrating at times. But I think reading on some of the BBC threads, them guys were saying it was a penalty. They said it was an elbow, but I don't know. VAR, did they have a look at it? I don't know.
Well, they said that the commentary on BT Sports was saying that it was a shoulder. It was a hard shoulder challenge, and he may have caught him in the process in the face. But
Right.
to me, I thought he came over the top with his challenge, even though it may have been a bit shoulder to shoulder, which connected him to the face. Now, I would have given it a penalty, not because it's my client, not because it's Arsenal, but it was a clear difference between the Tavares challenge, where you can clearly see that impact side of the shoulder not touching the face. When you start to go close to the face, if that was a header and you had your arm there, then your arm would have been dangerous play and it would have been given a free kick,
so
possibly a sending off.
So I think
in the penalty situation, I could have clearly seen it being given a penalty.
So I think I see where you're coming from on this, and because my question to you is, with a barge, the barge rule is it's got to be a 50-50 ball, and the Tavares one was 50. They were both level, and the ball was in front of them, so neither one had advantage to the ball. It looked to me like Martinelli was in front of the player, so it looked to me like Martinelli had passed him, and so my question to you was, did he impede the player from getting to the ball? In other words, did he play the player? Because he certainly wasn't playing the ball.
Yeah,
and if that's the case, then that's a penalty.
Yeah, and I would have given it a penalty, and that's why I'm saying we focusing on was it a Newcastle penalty, but there was more of a penalty that was the talking point in Gabriel, and also with it being a facial collision as well, it's just gone unnoticed. He was down for a long period of time. And that's more of a talking point of was it a penalty as opposed to the Callum Wilson one, because that's a clear and obvious shoulder-to-shoulder challenge. But surprisingly, it didn't even go for the length of time that he was on the floor, it didn't even go to VAR. Very concerning for me, but.
Yeah, it's those are just the thing. I'll probably have to watch it again when I get back in, but at the moment I'm just happy because this game could have been a banana, could have been a banana slip for us, and I get concerned with it because we have to get that ability to motivate ourselves and build the confidence back, and at the same time, as I said to you and Tony before, Newcastle had worked harder today than they've worked this season. They were really up for it this season. 18 just says, love the assessment between you two. I miss this with Nabil. Bertram is so butthurt these days. I know you're hard. Bertram just wants the team to do better. His standards are very high because he wants to be up there. Bertram ain't happy with 8th. Yeah, let's be clear. None of us are. I'm not saying any of us are happy with 8th. What I'm saying is we understand why the team is 8th, and we understand that there's a process getting back up to into the Europe spots. If you look at the predictions we all did, Bertrand was the only one that outside Tom said we'll finish fourth, and by God, he might be right. But Bertrand was the one that said we'll finish sixth. The rest of us said 7, 8.
I went ninth.
Yeah, you see what I mean? So it's when I hear people say Bertrand's being hard on the team, you have to understand where his heart is, because he's actually gone for us to finish sixth, which is one of the highest in the whole panel. So he does want the team to do well, but his expectations is just higher. That's all it is. There's nothing wrong with that. It's all subjective, and he's within his own right to feel that way, that that the team should be doing better. Smith Rowe and Saka, I know he puts a lot of pressure on those two guys. So it's not anything outside of him just being more passionate. That's all it is. But I think the realistic, I'm always going to be more realistic in my evaluation. Nabil's like that. Neomis is like that. Neomis said we were going to lose 4-1 last week, and by God, he was nearly right. Vince sees the same way. Tony can swing both ways. Tony's flexible like that, is that he can either be overly subjective or he can be realistic, and that's what I like about Tony. Tony probably has the more better balance out of the whole panel. I've got to be honest. Tony's probably more well balanced. Maybe Nabil is like that as well, but he's probably a little bit more, more flexible in the way how he views it. Tony says fifth is hitting higher than we expected and is pleasant in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, I totally agree. And this is what makes me think, like I heard 18 said something when I was on the road in the stream when Vincey and Bertrand were talking, and they were talking about Arteta and everything, and 18 made a comment, was like, hold on guys, look where Arteta's got us now, and we're still bashing him, and it's just like, I can't believe we're sitting in this position right now. I'm looking at the league table and I can't stop looking at it, because I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, we got the same. If West Ham lose to Man City, we got the same points as West Ham, tied for fourth. I mean, that is bonkers. I mean, Arteta deserves nothing but applause, to be honest, to getting us where we are at the moment. It's astonishing that we are sitting in that. I mean, I'm looking at it now. It's astonishing that we're sitting in this position.
Can I just say, though, in one sense, what does that say about the league in the teams at the top, where we're looking at Manchester? Looking at this season, Spurs have been an absolute catastrophe this season. United have been an absolute catastrophe when you think the position they finished last season. Yeah. And the encouragement that we have is that we're fifth, and look at the start that we had at the start of the season. So that's showing you, guys, I keep on saying it, there is ability within this squad. It's a young team. Yes, we've got a young manager, but there's ability there. It's there. It just needs to be eked out.
So I just want to put this up because a lot of Arsenal fans have been complaining about something which I have been debunking this season in a big way, and it's this column here, goal difference. So Arsenal are sitting in fifth with a -2 goal difference. And our fans complain about that. What I have said to them is it's not just Arsenal who are struggling to score. It's everybody. And I mentioned it this morning and last night when I was on the stream. And I don't think Arsenal fans fully understand it. I don't think they've grasped it. So I'll explain it again. It's not Arsenal that are struggling to score. Wolves is on 0. Spurs is -6. Man United is -1. Brighton's -2. Palace is 0. Aston Villa -3. Everton -3. Leicester City with Jamie Vardy is -5. So I'm gonna stop that right there, and reaffirm my position on this again.
No, leave that back up there, because you've asked a very poignant question.
Okay, can I get it back?
As to the reason why Arsenal fans, or some fans, will complain about our goal difference, because I actually see that as a very positive. It's almost like 3 points.
I think I've lost it.
But the key thing to that chart that you've put up there is out of the clubs that do have those minuses, how easy is it for them to fix those problems for it to then change their minuses to plus compared to Arsenal's?
Harder. It's harder for them to fix it.
You think it's harder?
I don't think. I know so. I proved it in the videos that I made. Every week I keep saying on the streams, Vincey, and you remember this, every week I keep saying Arsenal are the 5th most creative team in the league. So that's the reason for us. It's just about today. You saw 2 instances where we should have scored. Not so much on the Smith Rowe, but Aubameyang just missed a sitter. That would have been a 3-0 result. Against Watford, that should have been 3 or 4-0 easily. And we made hard work of it. But the bottom line is that already is 5 goals. That's subjectively 4 or 5 goals. My point is that Arsenal are in a better position because they are one of the most creative teams in the league. They don't. The problem with Arsenal, it's not a creativity issue. Last season, Arsenal were the 18th most creative teams. It was a big problem. Coming into Christmas, we brought in Odegaard, we put Smith Rowe in the team, and it all changed. But before that, we were 19th in shots on goal, 18th in creativity. It was bad. It was really bad. This season, we're 5th. So it's not so much bad because the guys in the midfield and the wing backs and the Saka and Smith Rowe, those guys are doing their jobs. They're doing their jobs.
So would you say that? Would you say that Tottenham and Manchester United would score more goals than us at the end of we're not talking about the goal difference because I think we've got a better defence than both of those teams. But I think, would you say that Manchester United and Tottenham would finish, they will have less goals scored than we would?
Maybe United. Tottenham are a big problem because when I analysed all the so we have to take into consideration big chances created, passes into the final third, completed passes, chances created, and obviously those are the 3 main stats before we go into assists and goals. So assists and goals are a byproduct of what I just talked about, of all the setup, all the creativity and everything else. If you don't have that, then you don't have the assists and the goals. And Spurs are 17th in the league in chances created and all that. So they have some big problems, like really, really big problems. Man United, look, our whole podcast last night was about Man United. And the problems are, and Tony alluded to some of that today when he was talking about Cristiano Ronaldo. And my opinion is they had a good team last year and finished 2nd. And sometimes what happens when you bring a world beater into your team, sometimes it has a negative effect on the team because they think, oh my God, this world breaker is coming to our team. I don't have to work as hard now. I don't have to make those runs into the middle because he's doing that. Yeah. I don't have to go wide and press and because he's doing that. And what I've seen from the United team this season is I just haven't seen enough effort. I just think that they've Cristiano Ronaldo's rescued them time and time again. He's either won games for them or he's scored last-minute goals. In fact, 3 goals in the 90th minute from Cristiano Ronaldo this season. So he's rescuing them and saving them from losing and rescuing points. Now, when the players around him see that, they're thinking, we've got it made. This guy, that's why they lost 4-1 last week. Because when he doesn't play well, when he doesn't play well, they are going to capitulate. So that United's result was a result waiting to happen. It was a result that was going to happen. And United fans know that. With Arsenal, it's never going to be the case because Arsenal every week have been creating those chances. We just haven't been converting them. And once you get a Martinelli that comes in, and when you get a Nketiah, when you get someone who's more competent on the front line, who knows how to convert their chances, then you're going to see goals start to rack up. Now, Nketiah is not the answer because he's run out of contract. So that leads me to Martinelli. Martinelli, one of the guys said, Tony said, bring in 2 strikers. And that's why I said, well, what happens to Martinelli? Because to me, Martinelli is a guy who he only has to come into form. That's all he needs to do. You can replace it, Aubameyang, with Martinelli. No, I ain't got no problem with that. I have no problem giving Lacazette the armband. You're the captain. Aubameyang, you're on the bench. Martinelli, you're the point guy. Go. I've got no problem with that. And I think that that's something Arteta needs to do, because whatever Arteta has with Martinelli, he needs to throw it in the bin. Whatever beef he has with Martinelli, and right now the beef is clearly with Pepe. Yeah, Arteta had a beef with Maitland-Niles. They sorted that out when Maitland-Niles put on his Twitter, on his Instagram, help. Somebody get me out of this place, yeah? Pepe's now in that place. There's no doubt about it. I don't care what anybody says. I'm a big Pepe fan. Pepe's in the doghouse. And all Pepe's done is be productive. But whatever's going on with Pepe, it ain't working right now. So Martinelli has come out of that because Martinelli was in the doghouse. Martinelli is coming out of that. And if you saw his interview today, read between the lines, Martinelli sending out a message. He's like, look, you know what I can do for you? It's now on the boss. Let me go to the African Gooner because he hasn't even given player ratings yet. So I'll put my ratings up. First of all, welcome to the African Gooner. Little bit of a sad news. I was hoping that he was going to come in the new year. I don't know what's happening now, but there's a new COVID variant out at the moment. And I know that Britain's cut off travel from South Africa, so we don't know what's going to happen. What have you heard from your side?
Yeah, really unfortunate yesterday.
I can't hear you at the moment. Your mics. Can anybody hear him?
I can hear him.
Yeah. Unfortunately, found out yesterday that my flight was suspended. So I was obviously looking to come to London to watch my first Arsenal game and obviously join up with the Polo. And that seems like dead in the water right now. So yeah, let's see how things develop over the next couple of days and weeks. And hopefully things change so that I can make a plan.
Excellent. Thanks, Tony. We can hear him. What it was is my headphones decided after 10 minutes to finally come back on again. La African Gooner, first of all, what's your assessment on the game today? Where's your heart and your head at? And then can we have your player ratings?
Yeah, absolutely. What can I say, guys? I'm really happy. First of all, my star boy Martinelli getting his chance, and that was a big move by Arteta, right? I mean, I was expecting Pepe to come on. Quite unfortunate that Saka got injured, and I think he had a great game. Apart from that, he was losing the ball a bit too much for me, but I mean, apart from that, he was trying his best, and I think he had a better game than ESR for sure. So, yeah, no, I mean, all I wanted from this game was 3 points. I didn't really care about the performance. I think in the first half we were really slow. We struggled. Aubameyang missed that opportunity at the end of the half. I mean, it's been a testament to the form that he's had. I mean, you can't miss those, right? I mean, it was a free goal, and I think I was a bit disappointed with Partey in the game. I think that he's I don't know, he's not the same player that was at Atletico Madrid. He's just his passing, everything. I don't know if he's not fit or what's going on.
It's not fit. It's his fitness. It's definitely.
Yeah, but while saying that, I still look at the positive that even though he's not a fully fit Partey, he's still better than Xhaka, El Neni, or all of them put together. I mean, he's still by far our best midfielder. So still happy with his performance, but he needs to do a bit better. Lokonga was amazing today. Tavares, a beast, man, an absolute machine. I mean, his shooting was atrocious today, but he got away with it because he contributed to the team, incredibly well today in all areas. And I mean, he just doesn't stop running. And you guys know how much I love, Tierney, and Bertram isn't here, but I'm sure he's going to see this. I don't see how Tierney comes back into this team, honestly, unless it's like a League Cup or FA Cup game where we keep the same team, we put a strong team, but we change our left back and maybe one other position, and we give Tierney that chance to say, like, show us what you got. If you can do something and prove that you're worth to get your place back, then that's the only way I see him getting back in this team right now. Ramsdale with that incredible save in the first half. I mean, tipping it off the crossbar. Incredible. I mean, I'm sorry, there's no way Leno's doing that, and the distribution as well. I mean, just chalk and cheese, right? We have a completely different team right now. Tomiyasu as well, called it from the start, so disciplined, completely different than Bellerin. actually forces his man to defend him, and he tries different things. He's always forward looking. He's incredible, so reliable. I would say even more reliable than Nacho Monreal, as one of our most reliable fullbacks. He's up there. He's really doing a great job right now. I would say Odegaard, not a great game, to be honest. I don't know. He's just, when we signed him, I didn't really want him, to be honest. I'm not saying that I'm not, I'm against him or anything, or have an agenda against him. I'm still giving him some time, but he's not proving himself right now. I don't think he deserves to start right now. And maybe, we try ESR as the 10, and Martinelli gets in the team, and Saka goes on the left or whatever. Something changes.
So I just want to say something. First of all, I agree with you. When I did the player ratings, for me, I expected more out of him, and he's been playing well for Norway as well. But I 100% agree with you. But what I want to add on top of that is we have to find a way to integrate him into this team, because he was our biggest summer signing. He was the attacking player that we want. He's a player that Arteta feels fits this system, and he's in the first year of a multi-year contract, 4-year deal. So we have to find some way to integrate him into the team. That being said, Lacazette's not the future, but yet we're getting better play out of him. So there has to be a balance out of the two.
Agreed.
Does that make sense? We have to keep playing Lacazette, because
and I think that fits perfectly, actually, because I don't want to. I don't know. It's not as far as to say, he gives me Ozil vibes, right? Like, I think he's very dependent on who you're playing, how the team is playing, what players are playing, the system you want to go, formation. I mean, he gives me that vibe. So he needs some time to really get team, and we're lucky enough that Lacazette is performing right now in that role, right? And he's really done a great job so far, playing that number 10 role. So yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm giving him more time, as I said, but he needs to step up the game. I mean, apart from the free kick, there was really nothing. So yeah, Aubameyang, I mean, I don't know what to say. Really disappointing, right?
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I know he scored a lot of goals this season, but he's clearly off form. He's not at his best. So I don't know, and I don't see anyone, buying him from us and paying him those crazy wages. So that means another person that's going to run his contract down, until we get rid of him, and it's another loss for the club, right? So we need a striker. We need a new defensive midfielder, I think. Get rid of Xhaka, as we know. Keep Lokonga. He's solid, and he still needs to grow. So we need to get another Bissouma or something like that. Get another attacking midfielder and a striker, and really have a chance in the next season to go for top 4 and maybe even more. That's the way I see it, and I'm just quite happy of the way the team's performing. So my ratings would be Ramsdale 8, Tomiyasu 8, Ben White 7, Gabriel with 7.5. I would give Tavares a 8.5. Saka 7, I agree. I would give Partey a 5. Sambi 7.5, I agree. Smith Rowe 5.5. I would even say 5. I agree. Yeah. Aubameyang, I would also say 3 or a 4. Maybe 4 is a bit nice considering he missed an open net. Odegaard, I would also give a 5. Martinelli, give a 9, bro. Come on. What are we saying, guys? I've been calling it from the start, man. Arteta's been really, insulting him and insulting me, really. I take it quite personally. I mean, giving this guy 3 minutes at the end of a game in extra time for the last few games. I mean, what is he supposed to do? And now you bring him on for the first time, and give him actually 30 minutes in a game. And what does he do? What a finish in 2 minutes, like 90 seconds. Boom, bro. Over the shoulder, and he chips the keeper. What teenager does? I mean, even Saka, I don't think would have finished that. He might have put it over the bar or something. Even Aubameyang. So this guy is a top finisher, and he needs to be playing way more minutes. I said it from the start. He's way better than Pepe. I told you, Apollo. I told you, Tony. This guy can bring the output. If he gets the minutes, he brings way more to the team than Pepe. I think he's faster.
I wouldn't compare him to Pepe. Pepe is just way more productive at this point in time.
That's only because of age and experience. I mean, he's a better finisher, but he.
Okay, so first of all let's not compare him to Pepe, because I want Martinelli to be a main striker. I want him to be the new Aubameyang. I want him to be a Hanlan. I want him to be the guy who's a Ronaldo. That's what I want. I don't want him to be a right winger. So I'm not even going there. But as far as numbers, Pepe 26 goals, 18 assists. We can't compare him to him at the moment. But for what Martinelli can do for you as a striker, yeah, but again, Martinelli for me has to be looked at as a striker, which is why I was saying to them guys, why are you gonna bring in 2 strikers next season? I would just give Martinelli more playing time and bring in someone like Alexander Isak or maybe or maybe Calvin Lewin or someone like that. I think Martinelli is wasted out on the wing. I really do. He can do so much for you as a main striker. He's wasted for me. This guy can get you 30 goals a season.
But Apollo, this is the thing. This is the thing. I'm hearing you talking about strikers. I'm hearing you talking about Aubameyang. I'm hearing you talking about Lacazette. But it goes back to what I'm saying. The manager's got to find a system, a formation that's going to get the best out of these players. You said you don't want to see Martinelli on the right. You don't want to see him on the left because he's a striker. Lafi Kaguna perfectly said, there's probably no player, even Aubameyang on form right now, who's going to finish the way Martinelli did with his first touch. Yeah? So the question then goes down to Arteta. How are you going to get the best of Martinelli in this system? If you're seeing him as a striker and the way we move the ball, he's not going to get those opportunities enough. And that's the problem. For 90 minutes, we've got to get a system that's going to get the best out of Martinelli because we know this guy, at his young age, this guy's potent.
Yeah, I find, to me, he's always been a main striker. To me, he is dangerous. There's no defender in the world that would want to be marking somebody like Martinelli. But in fairness to my criticism of him last season is that when he played, he just wasn't doing it. And he's been giving him a few minutes this year. But what Martinelli needed to do was make a statement, and that's a two-way thing. Arteta has to play him, and when Martinelli's on the field, he has to produce. And that hasn't been happening. Arteta's not been playing enough, and Martinelli hasn't produced enough. And what Martinelli did today is what he needed to do. It's like, this is what I can do, manager. If you put me on the field, I'll be able to do more of this. And that's where Martinelli's done his part now. He said, here I am, this is what I can do, and I'll be able to give you plenty of goals, but not just that, but I can create, I can hold the ball up, I can head the ball, I can do everything you need me to do, and I'm only 21 years old. I mean, that is what you're talking about. Alexander Isak, who's 21, he's 6'4" and can do all of that. You already got Martinelli. You're going to spend 50, 60 million on a striker, and you've already got one in the backyard that you're not playing. That's my frustration. That's where I'm frustrated.
It reminds me of a young Ronaldo. When I see his movements,
that's what I've been saying for years.
I saw it when he came with Emery and he played him, and I said, you know what? I scouted this guy and I said, you know what? This guy, he can do it. A manager just has to believe in him. He's so positive that he wants to go run onto balls, put me through. And you want a manager who's going to eke that out of him because this is a guy who desperately wants to perform in that way.
Yeah. I said last season.
All the manager has to do. Yeah, go for it.
I said last season to you guys that he reminds me of Ronaldo at Man United, the first stint. That's who I see when I look at him. He's got everything in his locker. There's not one person that can. Do you remember when I kept saying to you guys, we need the work rate of Nketiah, the goal scoring threat of Aubameyang, the hold-up play of Lacazette, and we were saying that Balogun needs to be that. Martinelli's already that. He's already that kind of player.
What I was gonna say is that honestly, with him, like all you need to do as a manager is pat him on, have the right system, pat him on the back, and say, go have fun. That's all the instructions you need to give him, and he will do everything else. Yes, I think critiquing him, like he needs to learn positioning, and I think that's why he should play right wing for now. I think he still needs to learn that a bit, especially in the Premier League. I mean, especially from where he came from, right? We need to remember where he came from. He came from nothing, and now he's playing in the Premier League, right? So he still needs to learn some of those things, but I think like he's still, as you said, Vince, he's so positive that like you have to play him. Like he's just gonna bring you something, regardless of how poorly he plays or how poorly the team plays. He's gonna bring you that spark, and it really gives me me the Sanchez vibes, right? Like that is really what he gives me, and that's why I do love him so much. Is that like since Sanchez, I haven't seen a player like that, and that's given me that feeling, and he gives me that feeling. So yeah, no.
The one thing I want to add on that, which is very ad hoc, it's you can get away with playing him in a 4-3-3, and I say that because when I watch Brazil play, the manager says the only reason why he doesn't play him as a main striker is because he can put Firmino in the middle. So they move Martinelli all over the place. In fact, when Firmino didn't play in the semi-final of the Copa, they put Martinelli in there. So he can play anywhere across the front, left, right, middle, anywhere, because he can do that. He's got the ability to do that. And he only doesn't play there, as the manager said, because they have Firmino. So I think that that's a compliment to the player. I really do. But you're not going to learn nothing by sitting the guy on the bench.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's too good to loan him. So like you're stuck because he's just sitting and wasting talent at Arsenal, where like he could be starting in any team, even in like Germany, any of those teams. I would say a tier below Arsenal, he'd be starting there, scoring goals and stuff. And
so I don't think it's that bad, because they had the conversation with him last season about that when he was injured, and it was a long-term injury, and they decided that they were going to sit on Martinelli, and I'm telling you this from Colin. This is what I've heard from my sources. They decided they were going to sit on him. That conversation was had with Martinelli and his agent, and that's why he signed the year extension. It's a 4-year deal. The 5th year was an option, and Martinelli took up that option, so it's for the 5-year deal. So they're planning to take their time with him to bring him along. That's what seems to be happening right now.
I just hope he doesn't lose patience, right? Like, I mean, even if that's the case, I just hope he doesn't lose patience, right?
Yeah, he agreed. He
right?
agreed to it, though. Remember that he agreed to the extension. So that's sort of. And remember, he's being compensated gracefully for it. He's on 90 grand a week. So I think with him understanding, yes, we do want you to be a part of our future, but your injuries have been killing your progression. Yeah. So we want to take a little bit more time with your strength. I mean, he's been doing conditioning training. They've got him on a different diet now, from what I've heard. So there's a long-term plan. What I'm trying to say is there's a long-term plan in place for Martinelli. So we probably need to take that on board as well and be a little bit more patient. But it's frustrating because when you see today, it's just like, guys, come on.
By the way, that was a penalty as well, right? Like dead penalty. I mean, and he created that, right? He's just so dangerous, as I said.
My only issue on Kieran Tierney is the same issue I have with William Saliba, and me and Tony have been going hammer and tongs on this for many conversations, and it's just that Tierney is not. He was brought in by not even Emery. Tierney was done. He was a Sev Mislintat deal, so he was here not under Mikel Arteta. And Mikel Arteta envisions Tavares in that position. So Tierney has an uphill battle now. But I do think that you can play them both in a 3 at the back. I think you can, in a 3 at the back system, if you take out a Tomiyasu, I think what you can do is you can put a Tierney at left back and play Tavares as a wing back in a 4-man midfield. I think there's ways you can get around it. I really do.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the same thing with Saliba, by the way. I think as well, when he comes, I think to get him into the team, that's what we would have to do.
Yeah.
Whether it's Tavares or Tierney, right, on the left wing.
So guys, closing comments. I just want to say myself, as I said, I had a lot of worries today because of what happened last week. Trying to rebuild that confidence in the youngest team in the league, I thought was going to be a struggle, and the first half showed me that. But I'm glad that they came out of it with what I predicted. I said 2-0, and that's exactly what it finished. So I'm really happy today. I'm going to be cheering on Man City tomorrow to beat West Ham. And by the way, I've just put up a thing on West Ham on the. I think I didn't send it to you guys, so maybe I should. I've just sent it to you in the internal chat. Yes, I have. I've just sent it now. Into the internal podcast chat we have on Messenger. West Ham have 10 games in how long? Is it 22 days? Or that's bonkers. That's
Yeah.
bonkers. Right. No, sorry. West Ham have 10 games in 31 days. So for the whole month of December, West Ham play every 3 days. That's
Yeah.
ridiculous. So Arsenal at some point are going to move into fourth. Sorry, guys. I don't normally make predictions like this. But I'm putting my hands up now, guys. I'm putting my hands up. You know, don't shoot the messenger. But I think that West Ham are going to slip because there's just far too many games for them to manage in December. So you remember where you heard it here first. Vincey, what's your closing comments, mate?
My closing comments is that, you know, it's great for fans to witness some young players stand up and become leaders today. And that's what I saw in Lokonga, Sambi, Tomiyasu. They were just towers today. We really needed them. And it's just giving us more of an impetus moving forward. More of a headache for Arteta because, again, it's down to him. If he selects the players, we can have confidence moving forward that we're going to make that step above. And, you know, it's great bounce back from last week's result. Clean sheet. And for those who are focused on the goal difference, I'm focused on it. That's 2 goals plus that's going to erase the 4 that we had last week. Okay, and that's 3 points. That's almost to the point now. It's actually 6 points when you see how the league table is, the goal difference. That's going to keep Arsenal in that position. We can lose a game and have a draw and still be above some of the teams because our goal difference are that good. So there's a lot of positivity to look into our goal difference this season.
Yeah, African Guna, final comments, mate.
Yeah, final comments is my soul is happy. Our team is finally winning and competing more. Definitely not where, you know, the ambition is, but I mean getting there and seeing progress, I think. So, you know, the expectation was always to beat Newcastle today and bounce back from the game against Liverpool. But, you know, usually sometimes Arsenal fail to deceive, right? And somehow we just don't pull it out the bag. And it seems like these days we are pulling those, you know, expected results out of the bag. And I'm just looking at it one game at a time. Hopefully, you know, minimum result is a draw at United. And then from there, we should just cruise. I totally agree with Apollo. I think West Ham is definitely gonna slip up eventually, and I'm more focused on us and just us doing our job. And as long as we can just keep getting the results, I think we'll be fine, and we'll have something to hope for by the end of the season, right? Whether it's a final or, you know, top 4 or top 6, whatever it is, right? I don't want Conference League at all. It has to be Europa or Champions League. That's it.
Yeah, let's save that position for Spurs. They seem to be enjoying it right now.
Yeah. They seem to be enjoying losing in that. Yeah.
Bertram says a big shout out to La African Guna. I can't remember the last time when these two were on a stream together. Bertram, as you know, is back at work in the office, so his time's very difficult in the weekdays. We can only get him here after 10:30 UK time, which is very, very late. In fact, I was thinking the other day, I haven't done weekday shows for a while because we don't play in Europe anymore. I have hardly done a stream in the week for weeks now. So maybe I might get back to doing a midweek stream just to sort of hit it back up with the guys. Not Kulke. I haven't even heard from him today. And 18 says scores on the doors. Apollo scores on the doors. Crystal Palace are losing to Steven Gerrard 1-0 at home. So Liverpool maybe I was, Liverpool are 4-up. So maybe I was wrong about Steven Gerrard because that was relegation fodder, and now he's got 2 back-to-back wins supposedly. Liverpool 4 goals. Jota, Thiago, Van Dijk. Jota's got 2 goals actually,
and Thiago scored as well.
Yeah, Thiago. Wow, I mean they just keep on. Guys, I don't feel no way. That's the first. No, that's after 80 minutes. Yeah, I don't feel no way about that Liverpool result. Liverpool have gone. What is it now? They're the only team this season to score in every single game. I mean, boy, you know what? We might have to think about that. Who's going to win the league thing again? Because they are not letting up right now. And then there's Norwich and Wolves, which I think is going to be another exciting game. Dean Smith, they're looking for another win against Wolves at home. Very, very good result. Norwich just keep picking up points and they're going to keep climbing the table. So that is, talk about resurgence. Talk about resurgence. Bertrand said Palace has been poor. He's probably watching the game at the moment now. So, guys, that's where I'm going to leave it. Happy today that we got the result. Onwards, and we can just sit back and relax and watch everybody just die around us, which I'm going to enjoy. And I want to wish you guys a very, very good weekend. Again, we got American football today, college. We got Gators against Seminoles, me against Tony at 5 o'clock. I can't wait for that. And then American football tomorrow. But have a good weekend, guys. Enjoy the rest of the week, and I'll speak to you soon, man.
Stay blessed, guys.